Hey guys, this is Mitch with FinePoint and today we're going to continue our Basics in C# tutorial series with a relatively short tutorial on how to build a budgeting app inside of Godot. So we're going to go through the process of designing out that application. Then we're going to actually talk about how to create a transaction data, how classes operate on a fundamental level, so that way you can actually build your own application. Then we talk about how to make reusable code. We talk about how to get your transaction list. We talk about how to do categories of transactions, how to do a pie chart using the Godot UI elements. And then we talk about how to save data and load data via JSON and CSV, so that way we can actually import in our own transactions and use that data in our application, and we save and load that data inside of JSON, so that way we can actually save and load our data. And then finally we go through and we do the exact same thing, but instead we do a plans versus actual system. So we actually talk about how to separate your files and things like that. So hopefully this will give you guys a pretty good basis of C#, and that's what I have in store for you guys today. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to be building a application here. We're going to be building a budgeting app. Let's actually plan out kind of what we're going to build. So thankfully, we already kind of have an idea of what a budgeting app kind of requires. So we can talk a little bit about what we want to build. So first things first, we have a object here, right? That's called transaction. And a transaction is going to be basically some form of object that houses transaction information. So I imagine that we're going to need something like a name of a transaction, probably a date, right? And we're probably going to need maybe the amount. And then my guess is probably the type. So if I added another row here, I can come over here and say type. Now, when it comes to types, we're going to need to come up with what kind of types we want it to be. So we'll make a transaction type, and I think the transaction types that we're going to have is going to be something like home, right? Utilities, maybe food, restaurant, right? And then maybe whatever, really, we should probably just allow them to do whatever we want, but maybe we'll come up with some basics for now and then have them kind of come up with whatever they want later, maybe. So we can do that. Transaction type, food, there we go. And I think that's primarily what we need. And then I also think we're going to need to have like almost like a budget. So maybe like a budget. And we'll probably need something like a name, I imagine, the date start, and then maybe the date end in here as well. And then maybe the income versus expenses. Maybe that's something that we'll need to have, so we can try that. Actually, we should probably do transactions. And then we can actually, maybe we should actually duplicate this, come up here, and then do income as well. And then we could probably point this guy to this guy. So we'll have a list of incomes and a list of transactions, like so. Maybe. Or we could make our since there's a lot of duplicated data here, we could actually make our income derive from transaction, and then just with income we could also have different types maybe. So that's a thought. We can talk about that when we start building that out, but I think that's going to be our data structure. So these are going to be our objects, right? These will be our classes for our model objects. And a model object is basically this. It's these guys. Classes, some people use the word model to say like an object of some description. So this budget is a model object, income is a model object, transaction is a model object. And then you have kind of like project logic or application logic, and those are separate from like model objects, if that makes sense. So a lot of times if you ever hear that term, a model object, it just basically defines these objects here, if that makes sense. Now, in terms of what we're going to build, I think what we'll do is we'll have a start like this. So we'll have a small start. And I think how we'll pull it off is we're going to come in here and we're going to say get all transactions. And then we'll probably have to head out to a database. So let's grab a database here. Like this. So we'll get all transactions from the database and probably budget information. And then we'll total up the transactions and then display it. So we'll display our transactions. And then I think it'd be fun to have a little meter on the top that shows, you know, budget versus actual. So update budget versus actuals. And I think that'll be the majority of our start and end of how this app's going to work, at least for right now, right? So it's a very small system. We're going to pull stuff from a database. We're going to be able to do that. And then we'll also need to be able to insert a transaction. So we'll duplicate this guy. So we'll come in here and say, all right, well, if we want to insert a transaction, we'll have user fills out transaction, get transaction info, insert it into our database. So we'll duplicate this, insert transaction into database. And then I think what we'll do after that is update our user interface. So we'll say update user interface. And I think that's going to be the two primary ways of interaction with this application. So that's how I think we're going to approach both of these guys. In terms of a UI design, I'm leaning towards a very simple UI. So if we drag this out, which by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, Draw.io is awesome for doing pretty much everything. You can really do a lot of really great stuff here. So yeah, be sure to check this thing out. It's always fun. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to pull Bootstrap here, like so. And I'll open up Bootstrap. And Bootstrap has a bunch of really cool like features here, so you can see all this stuff. So what I'm thinking what we'll do for a basic UI is this will be kind of like our main screen here. We'll start off with a very basic, I want to say, I know this is a border spinning, but I think it'd be cool to have the ability to make this bigger. Something like this. I think it'd be cool to have something like this and then have, if I take this, duplicate, rotate, like so. This is going to be really hard to pull off. But I think what would be really cool is if we had, yeah, see, I don't think I could do this at like a half size. So I think what we could do is have like a budget almost line here. So we could say like this half is green, this half is like red. And that kind of shows how well you're doing on your budget, if that makes sense. And then I think that we could have some text up here, which could be like, if we did like a small button, let me drag this guy up here. So if we had a small button up here that said like income, you know, $500,000, right? I wish. And then expenses over here like this. And then we could have a very basic menu here. Well, you lost, Remington. You got your ass beat, my man. We could have like a transaction table here. And I know that this is like a really big table, but just you know, ignore that this exists. But this would be like our transaction list almost. So we could have something like this, drag this guy, ooh, over here like this. Maybe, I mean, this is probably not great. We're gonna have to readjust all this, but you know, income, expenses, we could have a table, which is our list of our transactions, like so. So we could have like transaction, amount, date, and then the rest of it can just be useless because we don't need the rest of that. Maybe we might want to do like additional stuff there, but I think that overall something like that would work. So if we pulled something like this, and again, this is more me just thinking this through. It's less about, you know, actually building this out. It's more of just what are we thinking we want to build. So I think something like this would be relatively simple and it would look really good on a portfolio and it would probably help you guys with getting a job, right? So these are this kind of stuff is actually really good for that kind of thing. So this would allow us to get a quick glance at how we're doing financially. This here would give us kind of like that actual transaction list. And then I'd probably put a plus icon or something like that, which it looks like this doesn't actually have a plus icon, but I can grab like a button here and just say add like this. And then we could probably just do a red icon. So you can see how they have danger here. We could probably grab the danger icon and put a big minus in there like that to get rid of these guys if we want to. And I think that might work for our design overall. Like I said, this is kind of a rough sketch. And then we could add in a small menu bar down here. So that way you can navigate. So we drag in like a primary icon, something like this. And then have maybe something here and then have something here. So we could have like a transaction list. And then we could have like a home. And I know transactions probably spelled wrong. And then maybe user. If we wanted to add in the ability to have a user account, maybe we should have that stuff there. And then that could be a way to kind of have a nice, a nice looking app, if that makes sense. So I think that's what we'll attempt to build. It should be relatively simple, but we will see. So with that being said, let's go ahead and build this. So in order to build this, what we need to do is we need to define our objects. If you remember, we defined what our objects were right here. So we're basically going to build something very similar. So we'll head in here. We're going to hit this little plus new file. We'll call it transaction.cs. And then we'll come in and we'll just type public class transaction. Now, as I said earlier, classes are used to basically define what an object is. And we did something similar to that inside of our draw.io diagram here, where we have transaction, name, date, amount, and type. So if we head over here, we can go public, because we want it to be accessed outside of this class, name, string name, public, date time, date, public, I believe we had amount, so that's going to be a float because we need to have that decimal point accuracy, so we'll go with float, amount, and then we need to come up with our type. Now, I think we can hold on doing a type, but I'm going to make it a string for right now. And we'll look at making it into an actual like enum or something like that later. And I haven't really discussed what an enum is, so it'll be a perfect opportunity when we get to that point. Now, once we have this transaction here, we have one of our major model objects actually created. Now, we could do income, but I think I'm going to wait on that. And then we're going to need a budget object as well. So let's hit the plus icon, budget.cs. Let's come in here and say public class budget, bracket, bracket. We'll say public string. I believe we use the name as a thing. So name, just in case somebody wants to have multiple budgets, we could allow for that. Public date time, date start. We're going to duplicate that and go date end because it's however long we want that budget to be. And then we're going to also do a public list of type transaction. And then we're going to say income. And then same thing, but expenses. Like that. Now, you might be wondering, okay, hold on a minute. What is this, right? Well, a list is an object, is a collection of objects, okay? So think of it like almost like a shopping list, right? A shopping list is just a list of tasks that you need to complete, right? So it's a in order list from 1 to 10, right? That says these are the things I need to complete. Well, this is the exact same thing, but instead it is of transaction objects. It's a list from 0 in this case to whatever number of transactions we have. So the nice thing about this is that it is basically a way for you to keep a collection of something inside of a variable that you can work with. Now that we have our objects actually created, we can actually start building out our transaction list. Now, typically when you first start on a project, you hard code your data. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll go to our app manager, and then we're going to actually build out some transactions. So it'll be relatively simple, but I'm going to show you guys how to initialize a variable. If you remember, we did it right here with person is equal to a new person. So let's first get rid of this guy. There's no reason for that to exist. And we'll come in here and we'll actually initialize that object. Now, we can't just call budget dot whatever, right? We can't just call budget dot name, right? Because that object doesn't actually exist. You can see it doesn't pop up here. The reason why is because we have to initialize it. We need to create that object. So we'll say budget, current budget is equal to a new budget, like that. And from here, we can now add in our properties, our actual data. So current budget dot name is equal to current budget. Then we can come in here and say current budget dot expenses is equal to, and if we take a look at our budget, you'll see our expenses is a list of transaction. Now, for you to be able to use your list, you need to initialize that. So it's equal to a new system list collections generic transaction. And typically you don't need to do this unless you don't have the using statement. So we'll type using system collections generic, and that will go ahead and bring that in for us. And then we'll put parentheses like that. Now, once we have this, we can basically come in and say current budget dot income is equal to a new list transaction, like so. And then finally, we can actually start adding transactions. So much like how we approached this section where we created the new budget, we can actually come in here and do the same thing. So we can say current budget dot expenses dot add, because we're adding to that list, a new transaction, like that. And that's going to add that to our transaction list. Now, our transaction is actually empty. If you take a look at this object, you can see it has a name, date, amount, type. But what we can do is we can actually come in here and go transaction, bracket, enter, name is equal to test, comma, I believe if we pull this off to the side here, we'll go with date is equal to date time dot now, we'll say, just so that way we have something. And then we'll do amount is equal to $50. And then we'll go with type is equal to home, let's say. Now, what this does is it actually allows us to have our transaction and initialize it properly. And the reason why I'm doing it this way versus how we did this section here is because this is getting added to a list and it's a lot easier than just initializing it as a variable. Now, we could actually do this inside of this budget as well. If I were to get rid of this and go bracket, come down here, bracket, I could come in here and go comma, 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 and I could get rid of these guys like this. And that is actually valid C# as well. So you'll see me doing this. I will come in and I'll kind of do it the old way, do it the new way, show you different ways. So that way you guys can kind of code the way you want to code. But just know that that's a thing. So we'll add a second transaction as well, like so. And we're going to call this test2. We'll make it for $501. We're going to make that a home transaction as well. And then we'll do the same thing, but this time for an income as well. And this is just setting us up so that way we can actually use this. So we'll say income is a new transaction. We'll say paycheck 1, and we're going to make the amount $5,000. Actually, we'll make it $2,000. That way it's a little bit easier. So now we have an object here that has data. So from here, we basically can use this object anywhere. Now, something to keep in mind, if I were to print out that object here, you'll notice that if I type current, you'll notice that nothing happens. Now, the reason why is because this variable is inside of the ready function here, right? So it's stuck inside of this little scope here. So once we get out of ready, it's going to be gone. So we have to take this budget, bring it out here like so. And there we go. And then when we actually use it here, we can actually get rid of a budget like that. It will be referenced here. So we could technically print it right here. So we could say budget.name, let's say. I think we actually have current budget is what we call it. So current budget.name. Then you'll notice that we actually set up that object and we actually have it ready. So you can see here, well, it failed to build, so that's not a good sign. One of the nicest things about C# is if the compiler detects an issue, it will tell you right here. The name P does not exist in current context. Let's double click on that. And you can see I have p.name, and that's because we pulled all that out. So let's just go ahead and remove this entire print hello world. There's no point in having it, and we can get rid of this process as well. Now that we're actually into coding, we really don't need this anymore. We could do the same thing with class person as well. That was all just demo stuff to kind of explain how C# operates on a base level. Now, once we're back to this point, we can just come in here, hit play, and you'll see that it's printing current budget, right? And the reason why it's printing current budget is because that's what we set right here. If we were to duplicate this and we were to print our expenses, you'll notice that if I hit play, you'll see that it says system collections generic list 1 transaction. Now, the cool thing about this is it's telling us that a system collection generic list has a single element and it's a type transaction. And that's really nice because it gives us at least a little bit of information. But if we want to extract information from here, we can just hit bracket 0 dot, and then we can actually go ahead and print out, let's say, the name of the object. So now if we refresh this, you'll see test and current budget. Now, that represents the first element in the array. That is, if you look at our print here, test, that is this element right here, because this is the first one that we actually brought onto our project, right? That's the one that we added to our expenses. And you can see that we're pulling our expenses back. If we change this to 1 and we hit Control S and we refresh, you'll notice that we get test 2 because we chose 1. So the way that this works is this is expense index 0. Or I'm sorry, this is expense index 1, and this is expenses index 0. I saw this third transaction down here, and I thought for some reason that was part of it, but it's the income. And this is income index 0. So that's something that's really useful to know. So inside of C#, when we have a list of items, they start from the index 0. Now, something else that's really interesting is if I come in here, I hit this little section right here. This is called a breakpoint, and a breakpoint will break your program's execution, stop it from running, and then allow you to examine your code. So if I drop a breakpoint right here, I hit play, you'll notice that nothing changes, right? Our code is running, it's doing its thing. But if I come over here to this little run and debug icon, I click run and debug, and we click C#, well, it looks like this is not happy. They did change the debugger on here. So what I'm wondering is, we have a solution right here. Do I have the C# extension installed? It looks like I do. So for some reason, we have a broken extension here. We got the dev kit, and that's fine. Run and debug. No C# project is currently loaded. Please create a C# project in order to debug. If I head over here, I go to Solution Explorer. It does see my solution. So there's that. So you can see right here, this little Solution Explorer. This actually gives you a lot of really great information. If I bring this up, this is effectively your budgeting app, but from C#'s perspective. So keep that in mind. A lot of times I know developers that just do this, and then they just use a Solution Explorer. It's up to you. But if I right click this guy, so it looks like something's broken. Let me try Control-Shift-P, debug, attach to a .NET 5 or core process. We'll do that because I don't want to go through the whole process of how to actually do debugging. That I actually have a tutorial on that. So if we go to Godot And then we pick this one. If we hover over it, you'll see that it says budgeting app remote debug. So we'll click on that and it should catch real quick. Bam, there we go. You can see it's caught that line right there. You can see here, if we hit this, it's going to continue execution. So it'll run a step through your code. If we press this, it steps over. If we press this, it steps into, which means it's going to go into that function. Don't worry about that. Step out will step out. Restart restarts your connection, and disconnect will disconnect you. Over here on the left, you click on this guy right here. We close our watch real quick. You can see all of these different objects here. Remember when I told you that stuff inherits from control, right? Our function doesn't have anchor bottom, anchor left, anchor right, presets, top, or any of that, right? That's because we inherit all of that from our control node. So that's why all of these exist. Now, if we search for current budget, which should be somewhere in here. So let's see if we can find it real quick. I mean, it looks like it's not showing up, which is not a good sign. We have our delta, which is right here. If we hover over current budget, I guess that will show it off, but here you go. So if I hover over this guy, you can see here, I have a date end, which is null. So I didn't put anything in there. Date start, which is null because I didn't put anything in there. Expenses, which is count equals 2. So you can see if I open this up, we have a transaction. We open this up, we have an amount, the date, the name, and the type. If we open this guy up, amount 501, we have the date, the type, or the name and the type. And then if we do income, you can see we also have the same thing. You can also see that it says 0 because in C# we start with 0. That is the way that we do our lists. We always start with 0. So that's basically what this does, if that makes sense. So that's how you add things to an array, to a list, and basically that's how you use it. So if I unclick this guy and I hit play, we'll let the game run real quick, or the project run. You'll see right here. We'll hit stop. And now I'm going to show you guys, if we get rid of this in our process, I'm going to show you guys how to actually do something cool. So we have some data here. We want to display that in a transaction list. So how can we do that? Well, if we come into Godot, we can right click, add in a child node, and let's add in a VBox container. We'll pull this guy out. Then we'll right click this, add in a child node. We'll add in an HBox container like so. We'll go ahead and right click, add in another child node. We're going to add in a text label like that. We'll duplicate it 2 times and then we'll put in some words. So we'll say, let's see, we have if we look at here, we have name, date, amount, and type. So if we go, let's go with one more. There we go. We can go name, date. I think it's name. I think we started with name, date. Let me double check real quick. Yep. Amount and type. I think I'll move my name and date like this. Date is first because usually in a table, you want your date to be first. And now what I'll do is I'll fill this with some data. So like 10, 10, 2020, test transaction long version name. That way we have some information. And then we can say amount, let's say, I don't know, $100,000. You should never really do a transaction bigger than that. And type, home is a long value because I want some kind of large value. And now I'm going to grab my HBox container. I'm going to go into layout and I will go into expand. So it expands down. And I'm going to do the same thing with these guys. So I'm going to select these guys. I'm going to go in here and do layout. I'll do container size. I'll say horizontal expand. That's going to expand it. And I'm going to need this to be much, much larger. So we'll just drag this guy over like so. And we'll duplicate this. So Control C, Control V. And I believe it actually Control duplicate. There we go. If we duplicate that, that might work. I think that might work, but we might want to make it a touch smaller. Because right now we're filling our vertical space or our horizontal space. And I think it's yeah, it's just filling the space. So I don't really want to do that. What I want to do is I want my VBox container to extend until it doesn't need to extend. So I would like, I go to layout, transform. Let's see. I don't want shrink begin. No, because if I would have to do a custom mini size like this, and that might be acceptable. I might be able to just do 70 pixels like that. And then what I'll do is I will, actually I could try fit content. Yeah, fit content looks like it's going to work. So we'll do fit content. We'll do the same thing with these guys. So we'll click on these guys. We'll say fit content. We're going to click our HBox container. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I could just delete this. So we'll duplicate this guy and you'll see that we get a bunch of them, right? We can just duplicate as many as we want. And we have a bunch of transactions in our little list here. Now we need to almost expand this as we get more elements, which you can see it's kind of doing, but we don't want it to be able to expand past our screen, right? Well, that is where a scroll bar comes in. So we can type scroll container and we'll drag that guy in and then we'll bring this guy down and into that. And then we could expand this, go to our VBox container, under container sizing, fill and fill. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter for vertical, but you can see now we have a transaction list. So as it gets bigger, as it gets larger, it's going to actually allow us to expand. So if I hit play, you'll see here, I can now scroll through these transactions, which is awesome. That's exactly what we want. So now I can take all of these guys and I can get rid of them. Now we're going to make some interesting stuff. So I'm going to call this my transaction list like that. And then my HBox container, I'm going to call it a transaction row like that. I'm going to drag this guy down to my RES. I'm going to save it as transaction row. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove this guy. Now in our control node, if we open this guy up, we pull this guy across like so. I can hide that transaction. On ready, what we can do, we can get a reference to this transaction list. So we'll say VBox container dot container is equal to get node bracket VBox container bracket quote scroll container slash transaction. And I should probably get rid of that space because that space is really going to mess us up. So let's get rid of that space real quick. Transaction capital list like that. And now what we're going to do is, since we created what's called a sub scene or a separate scene or a packed scene, we can basically instance this scene underneath this transaction list. So we'll come up here and we'll say packed scene transaction list like that. I'm going to make this public like that because I want it to be accessible outside of my project class. So I'm going to hit at, and then to make it accessible inside of Godot. So inside of Godot, you can actually extend this little property inspector here. You can actually extend that. So since you can extend it, it can make it really, really useful. So we'll head over here. We'll hit bracket export like that. And that's going to tell Godot that this is something that we want to have exported. So if we come over here and we actually build it, we click on this little guy right here. You'll see when we click on our control node, we'll have a transaction list. And then we can drag and drop this guy into here. And now if we want to, we can come in here, come down here and say container dot add child transaction list dot instantiate like that. And then you'll notice that if I refresh this, even though we don't have anything here, it will show up right here, because what Godot did was it created this object, right? These objects, and then it instantiated that one container after it found our VBox container. So you can see it found our transaction list, and then it instantiated that row into that table, if that makes sense. So now if we wanted to, we could actually come in here and reference this object. So if we hit Control X, we could come down here and type node table row is equal to transaction list.instantiate. And then we can come in here and add that as a child like that. But now that gives us the ability to grab its children nodes. And the reason why is because this node here is basically the base component of Godot for finding children, if that makes sense. So you can basically come in here and just say table row dot get child, get node, and then we can actually pull back that value. So see, we have date. So let's go with date like that. And we can type it, right, just by doing this bracket, bracket, and then we can do what's called a type. So we can type it as an object. So in this case, if you hover over here, it'll tell you that it is a rich text label. So rich text label like that. And then I could basically just duplicate this and I could say name, I can say amount, and I can say type like that. And now all I got to do is type dot text is equal to, and we could choose what our text is equal to. Now, if you remember earlier, I showed you how to get back current budget dot expense, right? And that first index. So current budget dot expenses bracket bracket 0 dot, and I believe we did date here. So we'll say date. And you'll see that you got to underline, right? Cannot implicitly convert type system date to string. Now, the reason why this is because if we look at our transaction here, you will see that it says date time. It's not a type string. So C# says, hey, you can't do that, right? So what we can do is just hit dot to string and we can string it. Then we can basically just duplicate this 3 more times. So paste, paste, and paste. We can come in here and say dot name dot amount, which I think I will need that to string. Yep, dot to string like that. And then we can do dot type. And then you'll see that we're adding that as a child. So now if we come over here, we refresh, and I just started the wrong project. So we'll go over to our control node. We'll hit play. And you'll notice that that first value is different than it normally is. It says today's date, today's time, test 50 home. That is the exact data that we have right here. So what does that mean? That means we can just take this, right? Copy it, paste, right? Change this to table row 2, right? And then table row 2. And then it should just work, right? I could probably change this to 1, right? Like this. And then we can refresh it. And you'll see that I have 2 elements. I have one that says test 2, one that says 501, but this one didn't work, right? So let's take a look as to why. So if we come over here, we're pulling back our first element. We're getting our date, table row dot get. You see how we have table row right here. We actually need to change this to table row 2. So we'll change those. We'll refresh it, and you'll see we have date, test 2, 500, 501, home, and home, which is awesome, right? That's exactly what we want. But this is going to be really painful. What if we have thousands of transactions? What if we have thousands of data parameters? How can we do this in a more efficient way? Well, that is where a for loop comes in. So a for loop allows you to loop through a list or an array and run an operation. So if we come in here, we can type for each bracket value var value in current budget dot expenses, then do this bit of code right here. We'll just drop that guy in there like that. And then we got to update this guy, right? So here's what's cool about for each loops. You see this value right here. This value is the element that's in this array. So you remember how we did this 0 right here, right? This takes the place of that 0. So what we can do is we can come in here, copy this, paste it, paste it, paste it, and paste it. and it should just work. And now we can basically eliminate this guy as well, because remember, we did that for our expenses. So we can hit Control S, refresh. You will see that we have our test and our test2 just like before. And the nice thing is if I come in here and I duplicate this bit of code here, let's say I have 3 or 4 transactions. So test, 3. Well, actually, I think that's my original one. So we'll say test 2, test 3, test 4, and test 5. We'll say 3, 2, 5, and 50, right? Home, auto, utility, and home, let's say. Make it nice and easy. We'll set the date to date time now just because I don't want to mess with that, but we'll come in here, we'll refresh it, and you'll see now we have all of those transactions. They have all the proper data in the proper spot. And that's basically what a for each loop is for, which is really great. And it's super simple to use. And now if you remember our design, we actually need to total up our transactions. So if you remember, we had a container like this. If I can move it, it is supposed to be down here like this. And then we have like almost like a bubble here, if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can find the design real quick. We have this, right? So we have an income and expenses section. We have a transaction list, which we had right there. We have an income and expense, and then we had like this guy here. So what we'll do is we'll come up here, we'll add in the text for that. So we'll type rich text label. We'll come in, we'll put a value of something like 1,000. We'll kind of bring this guy down and over. If we look at where our transaction list is, that should be fine for right now. We can duplicate this guy. So Control duplicate, drag it over here. And that might work. I think what I'll do is I'll come in here and put these guys under an HBox container. So we'll type HBox container, and we'll make it about the same size as our scroll container. So if I take a look at our scroll container's size is, if I look at my rect size, let's see, 524 or 524. Let's go with 525 by, instead of 414, let's just make it go down to the bottom real quick. So we'll say 460. So it's 525 width. So we'll grab this guy and do 525. That way it just matches up in size. And we'll want to bring this guy up something like that. We'll grab this scroll container, smack it to the bottom left. We'll grab this HBox container, smack it to the upper right. We'll put our 2 rich text labels underneath it. That way it exists. And then we'll tell this to expand. So we'll come in here, and I believe it's under layout, unless I'm thinking of the ones below it. Let's see if we double click on these guys, fit content, and then under layout, tell it to container size, expand. And that's going to make it expand out. So that way it is nice and expand. And then I'm going to want to center these. So I think I can just do that here in the theme overrides, but maybe not. So we'll have to see. If we look at our constraints, we don't have a shadow. We don't have table separation. We can change the font size. So let's do that real quick. So we'll make this bold, and we're going to make it something like 30, let's say. And if we come up here, we can use what's called a BB code. Well, BB code enabled. And then we'll go bracket B, and that's going to bold it. We'll go bracket center as well, and that's supposed to center align it, but obviously that didn't work. So what if we do that? There we go. So that's going to center that, and that primarily did what we wanted. If we take this, we duplicate it, we call this headers, we can call this income and expense. We can grab this HBox container like so, drag it down to something like here-ish. Same thing with our headers. We'll just drag it down like that. And that might be too big, to be honest. So let's come in here and make it a little bit smaller. So we'll go into our font size. Ooh, 1 is way too small. So we'll drag them down to something like 20, and then we'll grab these two guys and bring them down from 20 to something like 15 or something like that. So we'll come into our theme overrides. We'll go into font size. We'll go to, I think 18 is probably good. We'll grab this guy, drag it up. We'll grab our headers, and I don't like that this is expanding so big. So let's come into our layout. And let me see. I think it's actually the size of the rich text label. Let's take a look at our rich text label. Tell it to expand. Do not tell it to expand on vertical. That way it matches up properly. That's a lot better. We'll do the same thing here for our layout container sizing. I'm not going to expand my vertical. There's no reason to. It just makes it a little bit more complicated that way. And now we have ourselves a very basic design here. And now I can basically come in here, pull this guy up a tiny bit, maybe over just a tiny bit to give it a little bit of buffer over here. You don't want anything touching the edge of your screen. That just always looks bad. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, all we have to do is get the total income and the total expenses. So let's go into our script here and do what we did before. So if I bring this guy over, you can see that now we have these headers and these rich text labels. So we'll put income, expense, and then we'll say total I and E for income and expense. And then we'll say income and expense amount. Like that. And now all we need to do is just edit these values, right? So we can come in here, and what we can do is we can come in here, and when we're looping through this, we could actually create an integer. So we'll say int. Actually, we should probably do a float, because odds are a person has a decimal in their expense, right? Typically, you don't buy something for $50, right? You buy something for $50.22, right? So we should probably do a float. So we'll say float total expense is equal to 0, like so. And then we'll come down here, and when we add it to our container, we'll say total expense plus equals our value dot amount, like that. And then once this little for each loop is done, we can come in here and go get node, like that. Rich text label. And then we can path to that object. So in this case, it's from control. So control, total, E and N. So total I, N, E, like that, dot text is equal to total expense dot toString, like that. And then we can do the exact same thing. All of this code can basically be reduplicated. So we can grab, let me see, grab this bit of code here. Actually, just really all of this. We can copy it, paste, and we can go total income, like that. We can grab this guy, and we can go total income plus equals total income. We can go, total E. We don't want to do total E. We want to do total E slash expense amount, and then we want to do the same thing, because remember, we're pathing to this node right here. So we need to actually do this and then do income amount. There we go. And that's a lot better. And then I can come in here, instead of doing current budget expenses, I can do income, like that. And in theory, that should work, because these are the exact same object, right? Income and expenses are transactions, so it should just work. Now, if we hit play, you'll see the paycheck right here. You'll see income is $2,000, expense is $1,500. So that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, if we take a look at this lost its center, and that's because it has these BB codes. So we want to make sure that those BB codes still exist. So if we take a look at total expense.toString, we can actually come in here and hit quote, quote, paste plus that. And we can do the same thing right here, down here as well. And all that's doing is it's forcing a BB code to exist in the front of it. Now in C#, you can add strings together. And what adding strings together does is it concatenates them. So if I had this plus plus S, right? It would show center BS. So a lot of times when people are concatenating strings, so if I go test plus test, this equals, so if I were to say this equals test test, and that's what that means, if that makes sense. Whereas if I were to do test space test, it would be equivalent to doing test test. And that's really nice because it allows you to concatenate strings. So you're concatenating this BB code here to make sure that it keeps the formatting that we expect. We can come in here, Control S, play, and you'll see in a second that they are now centered aligned and everything seems to be working. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and allow people to add transactions to this. So right now we have a scroll container here. We have our headers and our total cost here. It's a little bit off, but that's okay for right now, I think. What we can do is we could come in here and let's go to the bottom right. I don't know if you know much about like Android design or anything like that, but a lot of times they put like a little button down here for you to be able to interact with. So I'm going to do that. So we'll right click, add in child node, and we'll go ahead and add in a button. And I'm going to call this plus, and I'm going to say add transaction like that. And I'll just drag this guy to the bottom right-hand corner somewhere over here like this. There we go. And I'll make this just a little bit bigger. That way it just kind of matches up with what we need it to be. So we'll just make it nice and big. We'll use BB code again. So we'll bold this. I believe it's, what is it, bold or is it B? I always forget. Actually, I don't know if this can do BB code. Let me double check real quick. Right, I don't think it can. So actually, let me do this. I forgot you can't use BB code with buttons. So what we need to do, because it's not rich text, we need to go into our theme overrides, go into our fonts, font size. Let's change this up a tiny bit, just so it's a little bit bigger, easier for the user to press. That's probably way, way too big. So let's go ahead and make this like, I don't know, 12 or something like that. And we'll just kind of click on our scroll container. That's a little bit too far over. We'll put it like that. There we go. And we'll replace this with like a bitmap or something like that later. But for right now, this is what we'll use. I just don't like how small it is. I'll make it 18. Maybe that'll be better. There we go. So when the user presses this, they're going to add a transaction. And what I'm going to do is make it so it pops up a window. We'll right click, add in a child node. We're going to add in a panel like so. We'll make it about, I don't know, yay big. We'll kind of drag it over here. And then we'll basically allow the user to add a transaction here. So we'll right click, add in a child node. We'll add in a HBox container like so. And we will add in, we'll make it full rect like this. We'll add in a VBox container like so. Actually, I did that backwards. I believe I'm going to need to do this. We'll right click, add in a child node. We'll add in a VBox container like that. We'll make that full screen like that. We're going to right click, add in a child node, add in a HBox container. And that's going to allow us to put text left to right like we did before. Kind of like how we did with these guys, if you remember. We right click this, add in a child node. Let's add in a rich text label. And let's just put name like so. We will go ahead and expand our rich text label under layout and make it do container sizing, expand. And for vertical space, I believe there is a section here, fit content, and that will allow it to fit the content. So we'll put name like this, then we'll right click and then we'll add in a line edit like that. And we'll go ahead and basically make this guy expand until he takes over the entire size, or I guess the rest of the space. So we'll say, we're going to make you expand. We'll choose this guy and tell it not to expand. So we'll actually come in here, tell it not to expand. Well, maybe we should. I thought fit content would allow it to kind of expand out properly, but it looks like it's not going to, because I wanted to make this a little bit better than what it is. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to go with that route. I was hoping that I could adjust the buffer a little bit to make it more reasonable, because right now if I fill it to expand, it's going to just smack it like that. I could do a custom mini size like so and bring it out, and I guess that's a valid choice, but not a huge fan of that. But I think that's going to be the route we're going to have to go, as much as I don't want to. So we'll bring this guy like this, make it, just a little bit smaller like so. So if you remember, we have our name, we have our, if I control duplicate this, name, amount, date, and type, if I remember correctly. So we'll start with name, and then we'll do date, and then we'll do amount, and then we'll do type like so. Then we'll come in here, we'll change this from name to date to amount. And you can see that this is a little bit bigger. So let's make a quick adjustment in a second, and then type like so. We'll go ahead and grab all of our rich text labels, and we'll expand them just a tiny bit, so that way it doesn't take up that little amount like that. So we'll expand this over to about 65-ish. So let's see what 70 looks like. There we go. That's going to give it a nice spacing. It's going to make it look nice. And then we'll want to add in a button here at the bottom right. So we'll add in a button. So we'll smack dab that guy right at the bottom right. We'll make it about yay big, give or take. And then we'll add in a cancel button as well. So we'll say cancel and add like that. There we go. Now we have a very basic UI that we can actually build off of. And this is going to allow us to have a nice transaction UI that we can use. Now, of course, we're going to need to go in and theme all this and make it look really nice, but that's more for future stuff than a right now kind of thing. So what we can do is we can make this panel show hide when the user clicks this. We can make the panel hide when we click cancel, and then we click add, we can append to that list of transactions. And I feel like we almost need to have a transaction to add income to the user as well. So we might want to add in like a checkbox or something like that. So let's add in another container like so. We'll say income like that. And we'll change this from a line edit to a checkbox. So I believe Godot has a thing called a check button like this. And that's going to allow us to basically see if it is in fact a income. If this is flipped to true, then it goes on the income stack. If not, then it goes on the expense stack. And that's basically how we're going to approach that. So now we can basically just take this guy. I'm curious if we can make it lay out to the right, because it's using the child stuff to lay it out. But I'm curious if we can just adjust this. That's not what I would like, because if I do inherit, it's going to do that. Transform is not going to work. And expand does seem to work. So we'll try using expand to make that work. And there we go. So now it basically allows you to adjust your guys' income. And then we'll just say income like so. And now all we have to do is basically hook this up to our C# code up here. So I'm going to click on this guy, and we're going to basically hook up our buttons. So first things first, you have this add transaction button right here. So we'll go to our node on button down. We're going to control A, copy it, connect it, and we'll say public void paste bracket 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 bracket. And then we're going to do the same thing, but for this panel. So we'll come down here, and I'm thinking that we could actually just call this panel a add transaction panel, or we'll say window. There we go. We'll right click this, attach a script, and we're going to go ahead and do add transaction window like so. Hit create. I should probably get rid of that space. There we go. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm actually going to teach you guys something with this. So I want to show you guys something cool. Because right now, all I've shown you is basically how to work inside of one thing. And I think it would be good to show you how to work inside of more than just one thing. So that's the reason why we're doing it this way. And the reason why we're doing more than one script is because inside of coding, you don't typically just use one script that runs at the center of your scene to run all of your stuff, right? You abstract everything out to little pieces and you use those little pieces. So that's basically what we're going to try to do here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go ahead and click on my button. We're going to call this the add button. So add and cancel like so. And then I'm going to take this guy on button down. I'm going to Control A, copy. We're going to make sure we don't click on that control. We click on our add transition window, hit connect, and then we'll come in here, enter, tab, public void paste, bracket. There we go. And we should be good right there. Now, when we hit cancel, what we're going to do is we're just going to queue free. Like that. And what queuing free does, so what this does is it removes this object from memory. And removes it from the scene. So basically, this is really useful when you want to delete something. Because this window is only going to appear and then disappear, right? We don't want to keep that in memory. It's not worth it to just have it running the entire time in the background. So we're basically going to get rid of it as soon as we're good. And then we'll do the same thing for our add. We're going to come in here. We're going to say on add, button down, right? Copy this guy, go to our transition, hit connect, and then say public void paste, bracket, like that. We're going to queue free as well, like that. And then we are going to come in here and basically notify our system of that new transaction. Now, you could do this multiple ways, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to bring in a new concept, and that's called a static variable. And a static variable is really cool. Basically, when you make something static, it means that you can only have one of them and you can access it through the class's name. So if you remember over here, we had a transaction list or a budget right here, right? Now we can go ahead and use it as is, right? So you see how here we came in here, we created a new budget right here, and then there you go, right? Well, what we could do is we could go public static budget. And what that means is now we can call this from outside of this class without needing to make an instance of it. So what does that mean in practice? Well, if we take a quick step back, if we get rid of this real quick and we go to our transaction window, if I go app manager dot, you will see that nothing comes up, right? If I type budget, nothing shows up. For me to be able to access that budget parameter, I'd have to say app manager is equal to a new app manager, right? And then I have to go app manager dot, well, I need lowercase a, so app manager dot budget or current budget, and there's my current budget. But this is not the same as the one that's inside of Godot because I created a new one, right? When you create a new class or a new instance of that class, what you do is you're creating a new version of it. You're copying it, right? Kind of like we did with our transactions here, where we did expense new transaction, right? When we did this, we created a new version of that transaction. It has nothing to do with this transaction. It is just one by itself. It's a new version of that one. Well, it's the same thing here, but in our case, we don't want to create a new app manager. We just want to have access to that budget. And that's where statics can come in and can be very useful. So if we type public static current budget, I can come in here and I can say app manager dot current budget, and I immediately access it. It exists. And that's the power of a static variable. Now you want to be really cautious because remember, there can only be one. It's like the Highlander. You know, you can't come in and have two versions of the same variable. There can only be one app manager dot current budget. Now in this specific instance here, it's totally fine because if someone's going to switch from one budget to another, let's say in the future version of this or in a later portion of this video, we're going to need to pull all that data back anyway. So it's okay for it to be a static variable, but you just want to be cautious. You don't want everything to be static. You only want very specific things, and it's only when it's going to be used globally across the entire project. So in this case, because your current budget is going to be accessed everywhere in the project, making it a static variable is a good use case for a static variable. So just keep that in mind, and just remember that the only time you want to use a static variable is when a bunch of different classes are accessing the same exact one, and it needs to be universally the same. And that's pretty much the purpose of a static variable. So I'm going to say current budget dot, and we will come in here and say transactions. Actually, I think it's expenses. Yeah, expenses is equal to a new dot add a new transaction, and we'll go bracket, 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 bracket like that. And then that will allow us to kind of fill it out. Now, this is for an expense, but what if it's an income? Well, that means that we need to actually check for that. And that's where an if statement comes in. If statements are really important because they basically say, if this, then do this, else go do this, right? So if we come in here, we say if like that, get node bracket check button like that. And then we have to hunt down that node. So I believe it's under, what is it? VBox container / income / check button dot, and I believe it's just value, isn't it? So if we go to our inspector, we take a look at it, you can see, if we scroll up, there should be a, well, maybe not, toggle mode. Maybe that's what it is. Toggle mode disabled, but probably button pressed. So we can try that. Dot button pressed would be my guess. So if it's pressed, then we know it's an income, right? So we'll put a bracket there like so. And then we have this thing called else bracket bracket do this bit of code. So the cool thing about if statements is basically you can say if this, then do this, right? So whatever's inside of this curly brace here, if I pull this guy over so you guys can actually see what's going on here, inside this curly brace here, whatever, if this value here is true, whatever's in here is going to run, else this will happen. Now, if we just copy this and then paste it, and then we can say income, because we said if it was an income, there we go. There we go. Now, the coolest thing about if statements is you don't need the else statement. You could do this and just say, if this is true, then do this, right? So that's something to keep in mind. So you don't always need the else statement. You also have this thing called else if bracket, bracket, bracket. And what this does is it basically says, if this, else if this. And you might be wondering, okay, what's the difference between else and else if? Well, else if says, if the first thing's not true, then is this other thing true? If it is true, then run this bit of code. And then else just says, okay, so none of those things are true. So now we're going to do this. And that's basically how it works. So that's more or less how if statements work. And the nice thing is you'll be using them a lot, so you'll get used to them really quickly. But just remember that this if statement here just needs to resolve to true. So if something equals this. So this is shorthand here for if button pressed is equal to true. You can see here I have two equal signs, and these two equal signs means if this is equal to that. It's basically a resolver. It says, is this true? Okay. And if you just use equal, then all you're doing is assigning this guy to true, if that makes sense. So you want to make sure that you have equal, equal. Now, once we have that, we can come in here and just type name is equal to get node, bracket, 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 and then we can choose our type of node. Now we're going to need to navigate to where our stuff is. So I believe it's going to be VBox container / name. So we'll say bracket, bracket. It's going to be a rich text label. VBox container. And then we'll need to do, instead of income, we'll do name dot rich text label dot, let's pull this over a tiny bit, text, comma, we'll copy paste that a few times, because remember we have name, date, we have amount, and then I believe it's type, like that. And then we'll say get, what is it, date, then amount, and then type, like that. Now this is going to underline these guys because this needs to be converted to a date. It's mad because it says, hey, I cannot convert string to system.date. Now the thing about C# is because it is type sensitive, we need to make sure that this is the correct type. So typically this is going to be kind of difficult with Godot because Godot doesn't really have like a calendar system built into it. So we're going to need to come up with a way to handle the dates ourselves. But what we can do is we can go date time dot parse bracket this guy, like that. And then we can also do the same thing here, int dot parse bracket this guy, like that. And then we should be good to go. So now we can basically just grab this guy, copy it, and then paste it right here. There we go. Now if we hit Control S and we go back to Godot here, we can take this transaction window and make it into a reusable scene. So if we just drag this guy down, drop it, it'll save it, and we have a reusable scene. So now I can get rid of this guy right here, delete it, click the script icon, come back into our app manager, come down here, and we have that add transaction button down. So much like how we did our control node here with the transaction list, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're basically going to instance our transaction pop-up when we press that button. So we'll click on our control node and we'll go back to our code real quick. Let's scroll up to the top and basically just duplicate our transaction list here. So we'll copy this and we'll name it add transaction menu, like that. We'll scroll down here. We'll basically steal the code that we did before, right? Where we instanced that object. So you'll see right here, we instanced it. So we'll just copy this, paste it, enter, and then add child. I believe we called it table row here, but we'll adjust this. So we'll call it transaction menu. We'll copy this guy and paste it. Here we go. Now we can come in here, hit play, and in theory, as soon as we hit that little plus icon, it should pop up with the thing that we're looking for. If it didn't build, if it didn't fail to build. So you'll see here, we're missing a semicolon. So let's go back here. That's my fault. We'll hit Control S. We'll go back. We'll hit play. And you'll see here's our stuff. We'll hit plus and nothing happens. So that's not a good sign. Or maybe something did happen, but it's right here. Maybe. Let's take a look real quick. So we'll come in here. It's not here. We'll hit plus and it is here. So it looks like it is adding. It looks like the code is working. But for some reason, this guy is all messed up. So we'll drag this out. Well, that's a transaction row. Hold on a minute. Oh, we're instancing our transaction list. That's my fault. Okay. So let's add transaction menu instead of our actual transaction list object. We'll come in here, we'll hit play. Well, this is to the transaction row, so it's not going to work. So we'll come here, we'll hit play. We'll hit the plus icon and nothing. So that's not great. We have an error. System null reference object not set to an instance of an object. Now this is important. So you're going to run into these all the time in your coding experience. What they're saying is, hey, this object is not a reference to an instance of an object, right? And I know that you're sitting there going, right, that's what the error says. But what it means is, because C# uses everything as an object, it's saying this object here is null, as in it doesn't exist, as in Godot or C# just can't find it. And the reason why that is in this specific case is because if we click on our control node, our transaction menu is empty. So we just need to add that. So we'll just drag that up there, hit refresh, and you'll see income expenses. You'll hit the plus icon. There's our transaction. Test date 10/10/2020. Well, actually, I think it's 2024 now. So 2024, amount $500, type home. It is not income, and we'll hit go. And we have a failure. System date time parse globalization. The string date was not recognized as a valid date time. There's an unknown word starting at index 0. So what it's yelling at us for is, you'll see here inside of our transaction window, it's saying that this is failing. So we have a couple of options here. Our datetime parse is failing, which means that our datetime is not in the format that we expect. So the question is, what is the format that it expects? So if we go back to our project, let's see if we just do dash. Did it fail? Yes. Oh, I think I might have figured it out. So right here, we're calling out the rich text label. But if we take a look at here, the rich text label is the actual label, not the line edit. We want to use the line edit, which was my fault. So I'm the dumb one here. So we'll come in here. We'll change this to line edit. And then I'm just going to copy this guy. Paste, 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 and paste. There we go. So just change all that over to line edit. And then let's try that again. Hopefully this time it will work. So we'll refresh. We'll hit plus name test date 10/10/2024, amount 100, type home, add. And you'll see that nothing has changed. So interesting, right? So what happened? We got no errors. We got nothing. Well, if we take a look at our code here, what we're doing is we're adding it to our expense, but it's not getting added anywhere in here to the actual screen of our menu, right? We're not doing it right here where we're adding a transaction and then we're initializing all this stuff, remember? So there's no way for us to know if the transaction is good to go. So instead of doing a static variable, let's do a signal instead, because a signal will allow us to catch that information. And a signal is something that is super useful inside of Godot and C#. So let's walk through that
now,
real
signals
quick.
inside of Godot is actually really interesting. So what we'll do is we'll come into our transaction panel, we'll come up to the top here, and we'll basically add in our signal. So we can come in here and say public delegate void, and then you just choose kind of your name of your signal. So in our case, we'll say add transaction, and then we'll put event handler like that. And basically, this is how you kind of call out a signal inside of Godot, is you just do signal. And that's going to tell Godot that that's actually a signal. And we'll scroll down here, and right before we do queue free, we're going to fire off this signal. And it's actually really easy. All you do is you just type emit signal bracket parentheses signal name dot add transaction, and that'll fire off that signal right here in our add button down. Now, Now we could do this and this would work. We could actually catch the signal and then just add or reflow our transaction window. But what I'd rather do is actually have this so it passes in the object data with it. So if we hit comma, you can see we can add parameters. So I'm going to hit enter like this so I can format my parameters a little bit better. Just to let you know, the way C# works is you can actually have as many enters as you want inside of a function call, and it won't actually affect it. So I can come in here and I can actually type, let's say my first one's my name, right? So we could pass this guy in, comma, pass in this date time parse. It probably won't take it because it's not a built-in Godot type. So we'll just kind of pull this guy out. Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with a little bit of a limitation that Godot has, where it only has the Godot built-in types. So you can't just throw whatever kind of information you want in there. You need to actually handle it with just base types. So we can't just pass in this transaction and have it expect it to work. So we'll get rid of all of this. Actually, before we do that, let's grab this get node here. And we'll just pass it in with it like that. And then we'll just burn all of this and get rid of it. And now what we can do is go up here, and instead of just having add transaction event handler, we can actually add in the different types that this is expecting. So string name, comma, string date, comma, and if we look, it's going to be an integer. It's amount. So int amount, and actually it should be a float. I don't know why I did int. So we'll do float instead, and we'll come in here and type float.parse. There we go. That's going to clean that up. We'll hit comma. We'll do string type, comma, and then bool income like that. And then we can basically go and catch this signal somewhere because you can see now everything's pretty happy. So we're going to emit a signal with this data, and then this data is going to get caught by anything that subscribes to it. So if we go to our app manager on instance of that transaction menu, which is right here, we can go transaction menu. And if we hit dot and we type in our signal, which if we look at our transaction window, it's called add transaction, add, you'll notice that it's not coming up. So what gives? Well, this is a type node. And since C# is type safe, you can't call functions on a node that doesn't have those functions. So we need to change this into our add transaction window like that. And you'll see that suddenly everything's unhappy. This right here says, hey, you can't do that, right? Are you missing a cast, right? So if we come in here, we hit dot instantiate, you'll see that there are two instantiate right here. There's one like this, and then there's one like this. This one means that we're instantiating it as a generic type, so a generic node. This one means we are typing it as a specific thing. So if we click on this, we can click bracket, add transaction window, parentheses, semicolon. And that's going to force this object that we pulled from, if I bring Godot up real quick, this guy here, we're going to force it to be represented by its script, not by its node. And I know that that's a little confusing, but basically you're just typing it as a transaction window. Remember, this guy here inherits from a panel, and a panel inherits from a control node, and a control node inherits from a node. So we're basically saying, hey, instead of it just being a node, instead of it being that generic thing that just exists, right, that node type, it is a very specific thing. It is an add transaction window, if that makes sense. And now I can come in here and hit dot add transaction, and then we have to hook up our signal, and we can hit plus equals space add transaction to transactions like that. And you'll notice that we have an underline here, and that's because this function doesn't exist. Now, if you don't have Visual Studio or VS Code, then this won't highlight possibly, but inside of here it does. So you can see we can hover over this, click on quick fix, and then just generate that method. And it automatically builds out that method right here. And then we can basically steal some of our code here. So you can see we have this little bit of code here that basically just adds
a transaction to, it looks like a expense budget, right? So you can see right here for each value in current budget expense, this adds it to that list. What we're probably going to need to do is do a little bit of an adjustment here. So you can see here, this builds a transaction, it adds it to expense, and right here adds it to an income. So what I'll do is I'll grab these two guys, copy them, bring them down here, and then paste them like that. And then I'll come in here and I'll say, okay, so name is equal to name, right? Because it's the same thing, it's name and name. Date is going to be equal to datetime.parse, because remember we were parsing it in the previous one. And we'll pass in our date. Float amount is going to be amount, and type is going to be type, like that. And then we're going to do our check. So if it is type income, then we're going to attach that to our income budget piece. So you can see right here is our income. So I'm just going to grab our expense real quick, paste that in there, and I'll change this to income instead. That way I don't have to go through and re-clean that up or change it. And then we can basically do our else statement here. So else bracket, bracket, and then pass this guy in here. And now all we have to do to continue this little bit here is we need to add it to our actual transaction list. Now, the beauty of this is that we already kind of have a way to do it, right? It's right here. You can see right here-ish, somewhere in this area, right? Total expense plus equals value amount, total expense dot to string. So that's totally fine. What we could do, now I'm looking at this, is we're going to need to make a few adjustments to our code, right? So you can see here we have our total income here. I think we need to pull this out as a global value because we're going to need to update it. So we'll bring this guy out here. We'll come in here, we'll paste that guy in, and then we'll do the same thing here with our total expenses. We'll pull this guy out, pass it into here, and then we're going to abstract some of this code here. So you can see this is adding a value into our container here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an exposed variable here. So I'll just grab this guy like this, and I'm going to say container is equal to that. And then that way it's a little bit more efficient. And then I'll also pull this guy here, copy it, bring it down to our add transactions to, and I'll actually come down here and I'm going to make a function. So I'll come in here and say private void add transaction to list, and I'll paste this guy in here. I'm going to pass in a transaction like that. And I'm going to change this from value to transaction. And basically what we're doing is, if you remember in the beginning of this tutorial, when I talked about functions and things like that, this is going to give us that capability, if that makes sense. And now I can do that, and that should work. And then I could just come in here and say add transaction to list, and I could just pass in that transaction. So I could just say, instead of new transaction here, I could actually pull this out like so. And I know that it seems a little convoluted how I'm approaching this, and I'm sorry. I'm just working on the fly as I go, so forgive me. So we'll hit Control X. We'll come in here and say transaction. Transaction is equal to a new transaction, like that. And that's going to set this as a reusable object variable. And I'll pass this guy in here like this, and I'll pass this guy in here like this, and then I'll pass it in like that. And that's going to allow us to basically really condense our code and make it much more efficient. And then we're going to pass in that new transaction here that we built into here. We're going to add it to our container. And while we're at it, since we're here, if it's income, else it's an expense, right? So we can come up here and say, okay, let's come in here, update our income like that. Then we can do the same thing with our expense. So just copy that and paste. And then we can just do transaction dot amount like that. And now in theory, this should just work. So we'll come in here, we'll hit play, and we'll check it out, see if she works. So we'll hit plus, test, date is 10/10/2020, amount is 400, type is home. It is not an income. We'll hit add, and you will see we got it right here. 10/10/20 at 12 o'clock, test 400 home. Easy enough.
And that's how we can add transactions. So I know you might be going, hold on a minute, Mitch. What does that mean? Now you'll see also when we add in something, so if I do it again and I hit add, you'll see that I get the value I'm looking for, which first, my scroll bar hasn't activated. I'm curious if I do another one. Yeah, I'm not getting a scroll bar, so I think our scroll container might not be set up correctly, or our scroll container might actually just be large enough that it's not showing up yet. So let me try. We'll try something like instead of a fake value, let's do. Yeah, so it's not updating this to allow us to have a scroll container. So we're gonna need to take a look at as to why that's happening, but that's okay. Something I don't like is that we have the time here. I think we need to get rid of that. That's not necessary. And our income and our expense is not being updated. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So first things first, to do our income and expense to have it update, we can come in here when we do our current income transaction amount. We can actually come in here and just grab this bit of code here. We could basically just paste it here and do the same thing for expense. So if we find our total expense right here, we can scroll down and paste that guy in there as well. And that should update those values. Now, as for the date time issue that we're running into, what we could do is we could come in here and date time, and then we could do dot date. And I think that should just work. So we'll just basically do that up here as well. I believe there is a date time dot now that I was doing up here, if I remember correctly. So I'll just update this to do date time dot now dot date. And that should come back with just the date. And then we'll basically just do the same thing for the other guys. So we'll come in here, copy, paste, 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 and paste. And then we'll come in here, go back to Godot, we'll hit play, and you should see that these are all just the dates now. Or not. I feel like I'm going to need to string it. Well, we could probably keep date. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. But if we come down here, we go quote D like this. Then we do the same thing here, quote D. What does that do? So if we come back here, we hit play. There we go. So basically, if we take a look at this real quick. So quote D basically just says this is the day that we're stringing. So we're basically saying I just want the date itself. I don't want anything else, more or less. And that's how it's getting approached, if that makes sense. Now, we can basically do the same thing down here, string quote D, and that'll basically just handle that. And that should be good to go. So if we go ahead and test this, we go back to Godot real quick, we refresh, you'll see that our income, our expenses are different. Our stuff is here just as we expect. We're going to hit add. We're going to add in a test one. Our date is going to be 10/20/2020. Our amount is going to be $500, and our type is going to be a home expense. We'll hit add, and you'll see that our expense got updated right here, 2054. So there we go. So this is actually working, which is awesome. Now that we have this actually working, so we can actually add transactions, now let's go and import transactions. So a lot of times people want to just import transactions versus, individually putting in transactions, right? So it'd be nice if you could pull down a bank statement and then just pull it into your transaction list, right? And what we can do to do that is if we go out to downloads, I downloaded this account history CSV. And if we open up the account history, this is basically like a sample data set that I pulled that we can use for our stuff. So you can see we have deposits, we have expenditures, like it looks like there's a Kroger purchased here. We have account numbers, the date that it was posted, the description of it, whether it was a debit or a credit. So if money was put in or money was taken out, and then what the balance of that account was. So you can see right here, there's a big old balance sheet right here. So that'll give us a lot of flexibility here. And a lot of this data probably is pretty random. I pulled it together from different sources, so hopefully it will at least work for our use case. But if you take a look at it, that's what this data looks like. Now, you might be wondering, okay, so what's a CSV file? Well, if I open up VS Code really quickly and I drag this CSV file in, you can take a look at it. You can see how it says
here, if I change this from plain text to CSV, which it doesn't look like they actually have an association for that. So if we pull down a highlight CSV rainbow, that'll help us out a little bit. But if we do this, you can see, there we go. So you can see how this little comma here exists. Post date, see how it's in blue. So you can see white, blue, green, red, status, and then our balance here. So the way it works, it's all comma based denotation. So it's comma separated value is what it's considered. So that's what these are. So what we need to do is we need to load this data in and then populate our data set with it. So instead of us creating transactions like we were here in our app manager up here, we're going to load all those transactions and then build them from there. And thankfully, it's super easy to actually load CSV files. Now, there are multiple ways to kind of use CSVs. You can use a tool called CSV Helper, which is a library that makes it super easy to actually create your or to load CSV files. But I think we should probably do this, a more old-fashioned way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to minimize these guys. We'll come down here. We'll say private void load CS. Actually, it's private. So load CSV, pop, and then we're going to pass in a string for a path like that. Okay, so basically this is going to take in a string value that is like a text value, and we're going to say, where is this located? We'll go load it, basically. So all we need to do is we can say list bracket string bracket like that. And you'll see this guy right here. What is this, right? What the heck is this? Well, this is called an array. So remember how we talked about lists, right? A list is the exact same thing as an array, except for a list is way more flexible. So 99.9% of the time, I'm going to use a list over an array. But in this specific case, we'll use an array. It's going to be a little bit more memory efficient than the flexibility that a list will give us, if that makes sense. I'm going to call this parse data, and I'm going to say is equal to a new list string like that, parentheses. And then we'll say using stream reader is equal to a new stream reader. And we'll pass in that path like that. And now you're going to be sitting here going, okay, hold on a minute. Using, what the heck is that, right? Well, using basically means during this little bit of code here, I want you to keep this in memory. Okay. Once this section is done, rip it out of memory and call it. Get rid of it. Close all of your stuff and clean up, basically. So that's what that is used for. Typically, in my experience, I use using for HTTP calls. I use using for database calls, and I use using for anything when I'm loading files from file path, if that makes sense. So while not reader.end of stream. Okay, and this is another thing right here that's new to you guys. So I'll get to that in a second. String line is equal to reader.read line. So we're pulling back that line. String bracket fields is equal to line.split, comma, like that, parse data.add fields, like that. All right, so what does all this do? Well, this guy here says while reader is still reading the file, do this code here. So do that. This right here is reading the line of the file. So if you take a look at this, it's going to read this line, right? And then it'll move on to the next line. So that's what this is doing right here, is it's reading that entire line of the file all the way down to the end. And then this part here is splitting the data by comma. So it's basically saying this line is getting split up by the first comma. So you can see this little comma here. It's going to split that value like that. Okay. And then this is adding data to parse data like that. And that's basically the gist of how it works. So now once we have this, we can come here and say for each var row in parse data, then we can actually access our data. So the beauty of this is that we can actually look at this data here and hook up our transaction objects, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is, instead of doing load CSV, I'm going to pass back a list of, well, I wonder if I should pass back a list of transactions. Now I'm thinking about it. Because basically what we're going to do is, this parse data has a list of these objects, right? An array of these objects going across. So what I'm thinking is, we know that our account number doesn't matter to us, but our date does. So we could create if we look at this data, let's look at this data inside of Excel real quick. And the reason why I'm doing CSV over top of other data methods is because we have Excel, and Excel will make this way easier for you guys to understand. And that's the reason why I picked this. We could have done JSON, but some people struggle with understanding JSON when they first start. So it's always good to learn how this works. So I'm going to click this guy. We can take a look at this. So right here, we have debit and then credit. See that? So what we could do is we could check if, yeah, I think that's going to work. So what we'll do is we'll check if the debit has a value. And if it doesn't, then we'll do the credit. I think that's going to work. And then we'll set the type from there. So let's go for each table, row, parse data. Let's come in here and basically just steal our transaction. We'll just grab this new transaction like so. We'll come down here. We'll say transaction is equal to a new transaction. And I'm not really worried about this. So we'll say name is equal to table row bracket. And our name of our transaction, if we take a look at this, is going to be our description, right? So that's, if you remember how lists work, right? 0 is the first element. So 0 is this one. 1 is this one. 2 is this one. 3 is this one. Even though it's the fourth element, it is the third element. So we'll say 3. Date time dot now is going to be table row bracket. 1 amount. Now this is where things are going to get really funky. So I'm going to teach you guys what's called a ternary operator. And I know that ternary operators are wild for some people to understand. So don't worry. It's going to be interesting. So what we'll do is we'll say table row bracket. And then what's the value? So it's going to be, I believe, description. So 4. Yeah, it's going to be 4. So 4 does not equal quote question mark. Then we're going to say, okay, so if it is not empty, right? If it's not empty, then table row bracket 4, and we'll say float dot parse that, comma, float dot parse number 5, like that. And it's going to be a little bit mad at me because I didn't mean to do a comma. I meant to do a colon. So colon, like that. So you might be going, okay, hold on a minute, Mitch. What in the world does that mean? So if you remember an if statement, if, right, this equals that, right, then do this, right, else do this, right? That's equivalent to this. So if I rewrote this, right, if I copy this guy, if this equals that, this, else do this. And then we're basically just saying amount is equal to that. And that's called shorthand coding. It's really useful when you want to do something like this that's a little bit fancy. So that's just something to keep in mind. Now for the type, we're going to push pause on the type and we'll adjust that later. But we'll just say home is fine. And what I'll do is I'll come in here and I'll go date time dot parse that bit of data right there. We'll put a semicolon here, and there we go. Now we're creating a new transaction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if transaction dot, actually now I'm thinking about it, because we got to determine if it's an income or an expense transaction. And before we did that by having like a binary switch, right? But we don't really have that. So what I think what we should do is just do the exact same thing we're doing here actually. So we'll say if this, right? So if our table row is empty, then we know that it is a income one. So income, where is it? Current budget, probably dot income. Dot add, and then we'll add that transaction. Else, we know it's an expense. Like that. So now our stuff is getting processed up here and being handled. So now we should be able to call our add transaction to list afterwards. So we'll say add transaction to list transaction like that. And in theory, providing that we've done this correctly, this should work. So I'm going to pull all this out, get rid of it. And we'll come in here and we'll say, let's see. This can also all go as well. There we go. We don't need any of that anymore because we're abstracting all of our code and making it way better than where it was. And now we need to load this CSV. Now, unfortunately, right, we don't necessarily have a string path. So we'll do load CSV and I'll pass in a path to this object. So the best way that I've learned to do this is by going CMD. And you can see right here, here is a path. So we'll just grab this little path here. And I'm going to hard code this path for now. And I know some of you who know more about coding will go, don't do that. But don't worry, we'll get there when we get there. So slash, and we'll come in here and do account history.csv. Copy that. Account history.csv. And we'll flip these to be this way instead of the Windows way, because Windows, for some reason, has to flip their slashes to be the opposite of what you would expect, because of course they do. And then we'll hit play. And if everything works, which it probably won't, but if everything works correctly, then it will be perfect. So we are missing a semicolon. That's because I didn't save. So we'll hit play. And it absolutely failed. So let's take a look at our error. System date time parse format expression. The string post date was not recognized as a valid date time. So what in the world happened? I expected this was going to happen actually. So what's going on is the first row of that parsed data is not valid. The first row of that parsed data, if we take a look at it, if we come in here, take a look at this account history again, the first row is this. So that's not going to work, right? Because it has this account number, post date, check, description, debit, credit, status, balance, right? So our date stuff just isn't working properly because of that. So what we need to do is we need to skip this first element. So if we go into our app manager CS here, where we're loading this data, we just basically need to skip the first element, if that makes sense. So what I would do to make it a little bit easier is if table row bracket bracket 0 is equal to quote account name, or I believe it's account number. Hold on, let me double check. The account number, we'll just copy that. Then continue. Now this is also new. Continue. What in the world does that mean? Well, what continue does is when it comes to here and it hits continue, it's going to skip all of this information and it will continue with that for each loop. So it's going to continue that execution, if that makes sense. And now we'll come in here, go in here, refresh. Oh, and it failed again. Okay, let's see. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So it's right here under container is instance. Oh, VBox container is not set to an instance of an object. So I must have deleted a bit of code that had that VBox container. So we'll say container is equal to get node bracket VBox container quote, and we'll pass in wherever that VBox container is. I think that's what transaction list is what it's looking for.
Probably should name this a little bit better, but that's okay for right now. Yeah, that would make sense. So we'll say scroll container slash transaction list. Let's try that one more time. And it worked. Awesome. Look at that. Now you can see that our income and expenses are not being updated, but that's okay. We got all of our transactions in. We loaded that data. Oh, that's amazing when it actually worked. Now you can see that we have POS withdrawal dash. We could probably pull those out. There's no reason to have that, but you can see that our stuff is actually working, which is amazing when that happens. Now our income versus our expenses, we're going to have to figure that out real quick. But I'm assuming that we must have a deposit in here somewhere, don't we? Or is this all withdrawal stuff? Ooh, someone spent a lot of money at Sam's Club. That's funny. All right, so let's come in here and let's go and update that expense section. So we know that once this is done, we can update our actual stuff here. So let me come in here. See, I figured that this would be updated. Oh, it's because I'm not doing add transaction to transactions. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay. So I think we need to change this. So we already have this bit of code here, but we already have an add transaction to transactions. I completely spaced on that we had this. So let's do that instead, because that's going to get us to solve our problem. So if we come in here, we go add transaction. So we can basically just grab table row 3, comma, a date parameter. So we can just go ahead and do that. So a date parameter is going to be, it's going to be a string. So we'll grab the table row 1. I already did all this, but I just forgot. I guess it's been about a day since my previous recording. So forgive me, I'm a little slow today. We'll grab the amount right here. And then we'll hit comma, and it's going to ask for the type. We'll just do home for right now. And then that Boolean of whether or not it's income. And we can basically just do this check one more time right here. And then we can basically burn all of this. We don't actually need any of that. That's completely my fault. And for help with readability, if you just hit enter and then enter, and then grab both these guys and tab them out. That way people know that that's supposed to be like that. There we go. And that'll help with a little bit of that readability. So we'll hit Control S. We're going to refresh this guy and let's see if it works. Oh, that's beautiful. I guess we made $7,000 and we had an expense of $3,000. There's no way that there's that much. Was there an income in here that's that high? I feel like our income is being overblown here. Let's take a look at the data real quick, because that just seems a little high, a little excessive. If we look at credit, 2,000, 3,000, around almost 3,400 bucks about. So that's pretty high compared to the amount here. So it's going to be slightly over with our expense. It should be just barely above it. So that's not great. That leads me to believe that our income is being added to, even though it's not supposed to be. Oh, I figured it out. So basically what's going on is right here, we're saying if this does not equal empty, right? Then we were going to say it was an expense. But if we look at our add transaction to transactions, it's determining if it's income. So it's basically saying, hey, if this table row 4 does not equal empty, then it must be income. But because our expenses do not equal empty, right? Then we need to basically say equal. So basically we could either change this to a table row 5 or we could change it to this, and that would work as well. But basically the long and the short of it is we were checking to see if this was empty. And if it was, then it must be a credit, right? So it'd say if this is empty, then we were saying if this was not empty, then it must be credit, right? But it's not, right? Because if it's empty, it's credit. So we had to basically flip this. So if this equals to empty, then it's credit, if that makes sense.
I know it's probably a little bit confusing, but that's basically the gist of it. So now if we hit go, you will see that we have an income and an expense. So it looks like this guy is just barely treading water here. $3,000 of income versus $3,000 dollars of expenses. Now we should probably round these values so that they round around. And we should also make, if you remember that little circular almost pie chart that we talked about, we should probably build that as well. So let's basically do that and build out that pie chart. So what I'll do is I'm going to right click, add in a child node, and we're going to add in a, I believe it's called, if we take a look here, there is a tool called a texture progress bar, I believe. And we can come in here and you can see what this thing does. So if I put it right to the center here, and to make a basic pie chart, what we'll do is we'll take these red and green pie parts down here. So basically, I'm going to put the green pie part on the under section and then the red on the progress section. So what that will do is if I minimize these guys real quick, what that will do is you'll see that there's a little bit of red right there. And then if I drag the value up, you'll see that it changes how much of that is filled. A lot of times game developers use that as like a health bar or something like that. But in our case, we're just going to use it to make a pie chart. So the cool thing is if we scroll up, there is a fill mode. So we can change this to clockwise and you'll see now it's going to be like a pie chart. So you can see I can change it like this and it will do what we need. Now, the cool part about all this is that we can come in here and say min value, max value. We can actually change our max value to whatever the value is in our CSV file. So if we take a look here and we look at the preview, you can see that, well, I can't really combine these values super easily, but if I open it up in LibreOffice here, and I just kind of drag this guy down here, you'll see it's going to tell me a number right here. So 3359. So if I go into my Godot project, 3359, and then I go with the value of, or I guess it's 3359 for expenses. So 3359, and then I come in here and I do this value, which is 3407. So 3407, like that, you'll see that that's what we get. So you can see that most of our expenses are taking up most of our income. So that's kind of how we're going to handle it, basically. Now, if we scroll, now you'll notice how big this guy is. So we need to figure out a way to make it smaller because I can't exactly just drag this to be smaller. You can see it won't let me. So we need to actually come in here. And I believe it's up here called 9-path stretch. So we'll click that and then you'll see that we can kind of make this guy smaller. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll make it nice and about the right size, right about here. And then we need to hook this guy up. So I'm going to call this, actually, what we should probably do is if we look at this, we have our header right here. I could probably just drop this guy in the middle and then make it fill. We go to container size, fill, like that. Then we can take a look at these two guys and you can see that our total income, since it's separate, it's not going to work. So let's do this real quick. Let's make a quick audible. So we'll come in here. We'll say a VBox container. We'll drop our income underneath that and we'll drop our income amount underneath that as well. And then we'll do the same thing for our expenses. So we'll duplicate that. We will drop our expense amount, get rid of our income amount, and then drop in our expense like this. And I know I'm kind of blowing this all up, but it's going to make it a little bit easier because then I can come in here, Control X. Instead of headers, I'll just call it total I and E. And then that will allow us to have all this under one spot. We can have income and then expense like that. And I'll drag this guy up above and then we'll want to do container sizing, expand, and then container sizing right here, layout, container sizing, expand. And that'll make it perfect. So it's going to be a perfect 3 section here. And that'll make it so that this fits perfectly in the center. And we'll basically just grab this guy. We'll drag it up a tiny bit because, well, I don't really want to drag it up. Let's grab our scroll container, just make it a touch smaller so that way it matches. And this isn't an exact circle here. So let me just kind of pull this guy over. And I guess that will do for now. Layout in Godot is a little bit funky, so we'll do that. And now we need to hook up this texture bar, and we're going to need to change our income stuff here. So we'll come into here. We'll go into our app manager, and where we go and find our total E expense amount, we'll need to add an additional section called expense. So we'll go back to here. We'll go /expense /income, and I think that will work just fine. And now when we add a transaction to a transaction, we basically want to update this little component here, our little textured progress bar. So I'll come in here and I'll hit get node texture progress bar quote. It's going to be coming from our controls. So total INE / texture progress bar dot, and then we'll want to make some adjustments. So we can come in here, and if we look at this guy, we could come in here and do max value. And we'll make that equal to our income amount. So our total income. And then we'll do the same thing, but this time we'll do value, and we'll make that equal to our expense amount as well. So our total income and our total expense, and that should make it do this. So if we change these to 100, we change the value to 0, when we hit play, it should automatically figure it out, which it didn't. So that's not great. So let's take a look at our debug. Microsoft Windows 32 file safe handle CSV is being used by another process. That's because I have my account CSV open. So we'll close it. We'll refresh it. And there you go. So now it's loaded that little bit of money, and it'll show you right here that this little sliver here is your expense versus income. And you can see a list here as well. So if we come in here and we say paycheck date 2/5/2024, we'll say I got paid on the 4th, and we say we got $2,000. Type, paycheck. We'll flick income on, we'll hit OK, and you'll see that it automatically updated, showed our new income, show our new expenses, and there we go. And it also gets thrown right here on the bottom. So awesome. Now we actually have like a real app that really does work, and we could probably change it so that it boots up like this so it feels more like an app. But there we go. I mean, it's an actual application that works, which is amazing. So now the question is, okay, so we have the ability to load CSVs. So now people can actually load in the data that they want. We should probably make this a different color, like a different pattern here. We should also probably put some headers up here to help make it feel a little bit better. So now let's head over here and set up our headers. So we'll come to our scroll container here, and we'll basically come in here, right click, add in a child node. Let's add in a control node. And let me drag this scroll container underneath that control node. And that's going to give us a little bit better of an experience here. Now I'm going to actually make this control node down here. I'll make it about this big, give or take. Not quite exactly the same size as the control node, but as close as I can. There we go. And we'll just drag this scroll container right there. We'll make this full rect, so it's the size of that control node. And that way it just keeps with the same size. Now I'm going to drag this piece down here. I am going to right click my control node, add in a child node. We'll add in a HBox container like that. We'll put that at the top of our control node, and we'll make it upper middle like that. And then I'm going to add in 3 text labels. I believe that's what we had for our transaction list. We had what? 4. So we had date, name, amount, and type. So I'm going to copy this transaction row and I'm going to paste it in like that. That way I have those transaction rows. And I'm going to change this from a date to date. I'm going to change this from that to name. I'm going to go with this as amount. And I'm going to go with this as type. There we go. And that's going to give us a nice header that we can work from. Now, when it comes to the every other color thing, let's go over here. Let's right click our transaction node. Add in a child node. Let's add in a panel like that. And then let's make this the root of our node. So if we right click on it, we can make it scene root. And we can basically come in here, pull this guy out like so. And there we go. Now, if we hit Control S, actually, I'm probably just going to go, can I do this? No, it's not going to work. So we'll just do that. We'll Control S, go to our control node. If we drop in a transaction row, what does it look like? Well, it doesn't look quite right because our panel settings are wrong. So we're going to need to adjust that. If we go to container sizing, I don't want to expand the vertical fill because that's going to cause a problem. So what I could do is if I take a look at my panel transaction row layout, if we just do, I was hoping to make it so that it would max out this panel here, but if I go here, it's still not going to work unless I expand this, and I don't really want to do that. So I think our best bet is if we go into our transaction row, click on our panel, and do custom mini size and set our custom mini size to something like 100 pixels. I just don't like that. I'm sure that there's a better way to handle this, but I can't think of one without doing a full fill. And I don't want to do a full fill because that's going to cause some issues. Because if I expand it, it'll take up the entirety of the row. So I'll just do that and that'll give me this. So now I can delete that. Change the panel to transaction panel, and then we'll need to go in and clean up some of our code. So we'll come in here, and when we instance our panel, there's a section here where we go in and add in those labels. You can see get node rich text label, and it goes and pulls that data. So what we'll need to do instead is we'll need to add in that additional transaction row piece there. So we'll do that real quick. So paste slash, paste slash, paste slash, and paste slash. And now if we go into our control node, we hit play, you'll see in a second, hopefully, that it will work. It definitely did not. It crashed. So let's see what's going on here. Node not found, scroll container transaction list. So that's always good. So let's try to see where that's coming from. App Manager 25, it says right here. So you can see here, scroll container transaction list. So my guess is scroll container transaction list. That's because we put this underneath this control node. So let's call this control node transaction list. And then let's come in here and go transaction list slash scroll container. And let's refresh it. There we go. And you can see at this, well, it kind of worked. Not really. So we're going to need to figure out a better way to handle this panel, because this panel needs to be of proper size for this to work. And I realize that typically you probably wouldn't have something this long, but still, there should be a way to make this guy. So after staring at this for a while, I guess there's not really a good way to actually handle this. So what I'm going to do is I'll go into the name section and I will make it not fit content. And then what that's going to do is if we go anywhere beyond that, it's going to make this little scroll bar here. And then what we can do is inside of here, we can basically tell it to cut off that content and basically say, I don't need you to be able to scroll. I mean, that's the best that we can do at this point because for some reason, it's probably just something that I'm doing wrong, but we'll just have to go with that for now. So when we hit play, what it's going to look like is something like this, which is close enough. And I think if we pull out POS withdrawal dash, I think that that will help. So I guess we'll go with that for now and we'll call that a day. Now, when it comes to this add transaction button, we're going to need to pull this guy up a little bit. So we'll pull it up one. So that way it doesn't have stuff over top of it. I don't know if you noticed, but if we take a look at it, this guy was behind these guys. So that was a problem. So I went ahead and fixed that real quick by pulling this guy down. And then from here, let's go into here and let's get rid of that text. So that way it doesn't actually affect the overall budget here. So if you don't have that text, that's totally fine, but we might need to do some post-processing in the future anyway. So we can say name is equal to name dot replace, and then we can come up with the word that we want to replace. So you can see it says what for what, right? So we'll do what for what, and then the what is going to just be the text that we are looking for. So it should just be POS withdrawal dash. You can see that all of our text have that. So the purpose of this is just to show you guys, hey, you know, this is a thing, right? So that way you guys know that, you know, sometimes you need to post-process data as you're working. So we'll do that. And then we'll come into Godot, we'll hit play, we'll see what it does. And that should help with getting our things to be a little bit less, you know, painful to use. So you can see continental, which I don't even know what that would be, but it seems like, wonder, are these duplicate transactions? No, they're not. They're, well, it looks like there's two from the same, all for the same price. Interesting. Anyway, so from here, let's actually set up our type budget system, right? So we need to have some way to figure out what these things are, right? But we're going to need to come up with some kind of naming system, its name or something like that. And I have a feeling like that's going to be extremely painful to do. So what we'll do is by default, we'll set stuff to be other, and then we'll allow them to basically put in their own type. So if, instead of home, let's go with other down here at the bottom. And then we can make it so that they can actually change their transaction type. So if we come into transaction row here, and for type, if we right click that and change its type to a drop down of some description, which I believe Godot calls it a, we go under button, we go into button and we pick menu button or option button. I think this would bring up a pop-up menu. This would bring up an option. I think I'll go with option for right now. And instead of here, we could basically select different elements. So I can come in here and just be like, you know, home, utilities, food, restaurant. Let's do the capital R. Add in another one, and let's add in something like other, maybe personal. And I guess that might be it. So we'll go with that. Let's go back here for the other. Let's actually move other down one. So that way it's the one at the bottom, because it just makes sense to have it as the last one. Now, it's kind of interesting because it's showing that home is a longer value when that's not the one that we actually have selected. We could say home like that. Now, the beauty of this is, well, if we refresh first, it's going to break, right? It's going to completely brick. And the reason why is because we can't cast our text as a actual list piece. So you'll see if we go right here, you'll see right here, it's saying rich text label. This is not a rich text label anymore. So we're going to need to make that adjustment. So we'll come in here and I believe it is called a options button. So options button like that. And if we click on dot and we come over here, it'll say selected, it looks like, is the one that we're looking for. So, and what we can do is we can just start it off with number, let's see. Let's just default it to number 4, it looks like. So 4. And that should fix our problem. So if we refresh this, you'll see that now it has everything as personal. So that's not quite right, but it's close. I believe if we look at our transaction row, our personal one is ID 5, even though I think it's actually ID 4. I think that this is just confused. So let's do that. And then we'll come back to Godot here, or our code. We'll hit 5. We'll hit Control S. We'll refresh it. And I did it on the transaction row, not on the control node itself. So let's do that again. And there we go. Now they're all set to other. If we click on this, you can see we have a drop down here. So we can pick different ones for what we want to categorize this as. And this is going to allow us to basically keep track of what our different budget types are going to be. So over here on the right, we'll build a small menu that'll basically have the different types, and then basically like a I don't want to say a flow chart, but like a progression bar to the amount of those objects, if that makes sense. So let's head over to this side. We'll right click our control node, add in a control node right here. We'll drag this guy over here, which I grabbed the wrong thing, but that's fine. We'll make it about this big, give or take. We'll right click, add in a VBox container like that. We'll make this nice and large, and we'll basically right click, add in a child node. We'll add in another control node like that. And actually, I'm wondering if we should, I think we'll be okay with the control node, but I was wondering if we should put in an HBox container, but I think we'll be okay with the control node. So we'll right click, add in a child node. We'll add in a label, and we'll say something like home. That way we have some form of value there. We'll duplicate that label. So Control D, we'll anchor that bad boy to the right, and we'll put something like 200,000 maybe. Actually, I'm trying to think of how we're going to do this, because what I'm wondering is, how do we want this to look? So I'm thinking that you have the type, you have the amount that you spent, basically the amount that's left over, and then maybe like a bar to kind of show the difference. Or maybe there's a better way to handle that in terms of a budget. I feel like you have to have planned, actual, and then the difference. So I think I'm going to double back, get rid of this, right click, add a child node. Now let's add an HBox container. Then we'll right click, add another child node. We'll add in a label like that. We'll call this the type. And then we'll have the planned, actual, and difference. And I'm thinking that we could do for planned, we could actually make that an adjustable value. So if we right click this guy and change the type and change it to a line edit like that, that'll give us the ability to edit it. And then that can allow us to kind of come in and add additional things. Now for the HBox container, for layout, let's go with container sizing, expand. We'll fill that. We'll come into these guys, layout, container sizing, we'll expand, and that'll allow us to go all the way across to the edge. So now that gives us a reusable piece that we can actually use here. And I think if we get to it, we could actually make it so we can add in our own types as well. So we might want to allow for that. Now, when it comes to the overall design of this, I still think we might want to take the transaction list and put it on a different page. But for right now, let's keep it like this. Pull this guy down a tiny bit. And let me go ahead and take this, call it the category list item, I guess. And we'll just drag this guy in here, drop it, and save it. And that will make it into a reusable component that we can use later. Now we can just delete this guy here, get rid of it. And I think I'm going to right click, add in a child node, add in a panel, and I'm going to make this into a full rect. And you know, something that I forgot that I just thought about was, how are we going to handle, if I get rid of this,
category list item. I put this guy in here. We still didn't do the striping here, so we should probably get that done first. So we'll come in here and we'll basically put in that striping. So when we do our transaction row here, we have this object here and we have a transaction panel. Now, thankfully, it is literally just an object. So I think we could probably just get away with finding where we load in that transaction panel. And I believe it's right here. This is where we're instantiating a table row. So we should be able to just do this. Instead of doing a node, we can just instantiate it as a panel object like that. And then we can basically just call this a panel, come in here and go table row dot, and there should be a property with panels if I select this panel. So we can come down here, go into our theme overrides, click on the panel here and go into style box flat, and that will allow us to have some kind of background color. So you can see we can change the color to whatever we want. Now, Godot by default does like a dark gray, brown, well, does a gray color of some description. So we could basically do that by just doing something like 40, 40, and 40. And there we go. And there you go, right? So there's your panel that has the proper color that we expected. But since we're going to go with a different color as well, we can basically use this as a basis. Now, once we have this, I think we can head over here, come into our app manager section and go table row dot. I guess we could do theme color override, maybe. Is that what we're looking for? String name color. Creates a local override for theme color with a specified name. So we should be able to do this, then panel, possibly. And then the color could be something like new color. And I believe when you instantiate a color, you can do, it looks like it's 3 different values here. So we'll say 1.5 f comma 0. That way we can just follow what they're doing so we can see what it does. So let's try that. And let's see what happens if we actually let this run through. So we'll hit play. A lot of times I play with stuff just to see how it works and see if it operates properly as we would expect. So if I do that, what does it do? Well, it doesn't look like it did much. So the question is, did that actually do anything? So what if I set this to 1, 1, and 1? Do we get any change at all? No, we don't. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the transaction row. Well, it's not a transaction row. I believe we called it category item. Transaction row. And we're going to come in here, go into our panel, go down to our panel here. We're going to right click this guy, save as. And let's just call this transaction row underscore dark. And then we'll do another one where we'll right click save as transaction row light like that. And we'll change the transaction row light to a slightly lighter color, something like this. And we can actually switch these out at runtime. So if we come in here, you can see transaction row dark, transaction row light, and that's just going to give us a little bit of visual distinction there. It's going to help us out quite a bit. So what we'll do is we'll go into our script here. So if we control S, we save our transaction row, come up here, go to our control node, scroll down, and inside of here, we have our section where we're doing this panel. So we'll get rid of this and we'll just type table row dot, and I believe it's, let's take a look at this real quick. Transaction row theme override. So theme override, and let's do add theme override. I believe it was style box override like that. And then we can add in a name. So we'll just do panel, comma, and then we could do what type of style box we want to do. So we could just load that resource. So resource loader dot load as a style box, and then pass in the path that we're trying to load. So in Godot, we need to use res:// and that'll pull back these resources.
And then we could just grab transaction underscore row underscore dark dot tres like that. And then we could just pass in that resource load, right? So we can just space and then do style box is equal to that. And then we could just do box, and there we go. And that should hopefully get this to at least show the dark version. Actually, we'll switch this to the light version. Well, which one is currently, let's see which one's currently equipped. So currently the dark one is set. So we'll set it to light. And then if we come in here and we hit play, you'll notice that suddenly all of our transactions will have the light theme, or at least hopefully. And there you go. So they all have the light theme. So what we'll do is inside of here, we'll actually basically say, if the last one was dark, then change it to light. And if the last one was light, change it to dark. Now we do have up here, I think what would be best is to do the logic in a for loop somewhere. So if we see they have a transaction to transactions. So what I think we should do is right here, put that in here. So I'm going to do, let's pass in a style box like that instead of doing our resource load here. And then we can just grab this guy, pull it out, and do a bit of work here. So if last transaction light, then we will load in the dark version like that. And I need to come up with a style box here. So we'll say style box like that. And then we'll just say box is equal to this. Else we know we got to do the dark mode version. So we'll just copy this, paste it, and then pass in, the light version of it. So basically, if it was light, then we'll make it dark. If it's not light, if it was dark, then we'll make it light. And we'll come up here to the top and we'll make this into a public Boolean. Well, not a public Boolean, but a Boolean. Nonetheless, a class-based Boolean. And that's going to allow us to come in here and set last transaction stylebox light is equal to not last transaction style light like that. And actually, we could probably just throw this right here and then just pass in box. And there we go. So what this is doing is we're initializing a new style box right here, right? So it's a brand new one that's never been used. Then we're going to resource load that, and we're actually going out and fetching our dark one. If our last transaction style box was light, if not, then it's going to be the light version. So if our last one was light, it's going to be dark. If it was dark, it's going to be light. So that way it does the every other pattern as expected. And then here we're just setting it saying, hey, whatever it was the last time, flip it. So that way it is going to get the opposite of what we had before. That way, every single time it'll every other, if that makes sense. So now you'll see if we hit play and we run through this. There we go. Now it's going to do every other color. We could always change these colors if we want to make it a little bit like the light version. We want to make that just a touch hair darker, just so that it, kind of, it doesn't need to be a huge difference. It just needs to be a subtle difference, something like that. That's going to look a lot better and be a little bit easier. And now we can head back over here and finish this section up. So if you remember, what we were doing over here was creating our different categories and basically the information that's associated with that category. So, and basically how it does on that budget. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click this control node. I'm going to add in a HBox container, and I'm going to make this extend on the top center like that. And I'm going to put in, I believe, if I remember correctly, our category item had 4 of them, and they were type, planned, actual, and difference. So I will put those labels in. So label like this, duplicate it 3 times. So type, I believe it was what? Different or planned, actual, difference. So planned, actual, and then difference. And then we'll grab these guys. We're going to make them extend. So layout, container sizing, expand. And that'll make it so that they all equal the distance between the left and right of this screen. We'll kind of drag this guy up And I'll pull this guy down a little bit. We're going to grab the HBox container, make it go down as well. And we'll call this headers. So that way it doesn't get picked up by code. And then we'll call this body or table or something like that. So that way we have something to work with here. So now when we do this section, this is where things are going to get kind of interesting. So we're going to need to add a signal to our different transactions, because when you change your transaction type, it needs to tell everybody that this thing changed. And we need to come in here and basically instance all the different types and have it get updated whenever that type match happens. So we'll come in here and we will collapse everything real quick. So Control-Shift-P, fold all, and that'll just fold all of this. It's going to make it a little bit easier to see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some functions just to kind of do what I needed it to do. And then we'll come in and we'll hook it all up so that it's hooked up correctly. So if we think about how this is going to work, we have different categories that we want to work with. And we're going to need to have a way to keep track of all those categories and basically their values that are associated with them. And that's going to be where a dictionary comes in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type dictionary bracket string comma int. And actually it should probably be a float since it's going to be a number value. And we'll call this category expenses maybe. And what I'm going to do is when we add a transaction to a list, we're going to check to see if that type exists. And if it doesn't, then we'll add it. And I know that we have it looks like an enum of some description. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm sitting here looking at this string here. I think what we should do is we should use what's called an enum instead. An enum basically allows us to have a very set category choices for them. We kind of already do it here with the transaction row where we choose the type, home, utilities, food, restaurant, personal, and then other, right? So we may as well just use an enum to go with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to build out an enum. So if we come in here, we hit the plus icon and we make a class and we call it transaction type like that. That's going to allow us to have our public class transaction type. Now, what we can do in C# is we can build what's called an enum. So public, instead of class, do an enum. So what in the world is an enum? Well, basically an enum is a text representation of a number value, more or less. And the nice thing about it is it gives you a good representation in your code of what that thing is. And the nice thing about enums is it's a constraint that allows you to just easily read stuff in your code. Instead of saying, if this is 1, right, then do X, you can say, if this enum is this value, then do X. And it's a more human readable value. So it's really nice for that kind of purpose. So I believe the values that we have is home, utilities, food, restaurant, and is there any more in here? Personal. And then one more, and that is other. There we go. And from here, we can basically just come in to our transaction list. And instead of doing transaction type selected is equal to 5, we can use that. That's fine. But we could actually say transaction type dot other, like that. And then we could just basically cast this as an int like that. And that'll force that to be an integer. So that way it shows up properly on the row type. And now we can also go out to our transaction here. And instead of doing a type as a string, we can do it as an enum. So we can do it as our transaction type. And that just gives us some way to just have a more human readable code, if that makes sense. And if we come in here, we hit build, you'll see in a second, it's probably going to fail. Cannot implicitly convert string to transaction type. That's totally fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come into our, I believe we had a add category or add transaction window. And underneath type, we're going to make that quick change. We're going to right click this guy and change this to a, I believe it is a type row right here. So an option button. So I'm going to come in here and just paste that option button in, drop it on here, and get rid of that line edit. That way we have the exact same type right here. So when you add in a thing, you can choose what type it's going to be. And that'll help with making our stuff a bit better and a bit more efficient. And then we'll go in here, and instead of doing type is equal to type, we can basically tell this to be our enum. So we can say transaction type like that. And that'll fix that issue. But now we're going to have another issue. We'll have to go find where this guy is in our code base, which I believe is just right here. So you can see add transaction, add transactions to transactions. That's fine. This guy here, that means that we're going to have to adjust our transaction menu, which is fine. We'll figure that out in a second. So actually, I should probably just do that. If I come into here, down into our load CSV, you can see where I'm passing other right here. So instead, we could just do transaction type dot other like that. And then if we go to where our transaction window is and we scroll down here, you can see that we're pulling back for our emit signal. You can see right here, it's emitting a type string. So we need to do transaction type like that. And then it's going to get mad at us right here because this is not a transaction type. And we also need to make a quick adjustment. Instead of it being a line edit, it needs to be a type instead. So we'll do type and we'll say dot value, or if it's not value, what is it? It is going to be selected. And we'll need to change this to type as well. And we'll do dot selected or not. Let's see. Dot. What do they got here? I believe it's just dot selected, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like it's just dot selected. So get node. Oh, it's type, not. I'm sorry. That's my fault. So if we hover over this, it's an options button. Like that. And then dot selected. And since this is an enum type, it should just go through just fine because C# will automatically cast from an int to an enum. So it should just work. So now if we hit Control S and then we build this bad boy, it should just build. There we go. And then if we hit play, it just took all of that and had no issues. If we select this guy, and you can see that we're having some issues here with the transparency here. We'll have to fix that. But test 10/11/2020 amount $599, utilities add. And if we go to the bottom, you'll see, well, it didn't quite work. You can see that we got other instead of utilities like we would expect. So there's something going on there that we're going to have to look at. So let's see. This is pulling back the selected get node options button, VBox container type. We take a look at our transaction window, VBox container type dot selected. So that should be fine. It pulled back, I think 6 because it did it as other. So that means it pulled back other when we told it to do utilities, and utilities is 1. So that should have, in theory, worked. So I think what's going on is that this is getting pumped out as a transaction type. And since I changed this to a transaction type, it's mad, right? So I think what we need to do instead is, because it's a Godot variant, it's going to mess up our stuff. So I'll just go like this. I'll cast it out as a int, and then I'll come in here, and instead of doing type, I'll just say bracket transaction type, and that's going to cast it as a transaction type, and that should hopefully work. So if we refresh that, providing that I saved, well, it failed, so that's not great. Here it's mad. Oh, because it needs to be an integer. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll do 5, which is what we did last time, because I'm doing the cast later in the settings here. So now if we try this, test 10/10/2020 100 home, we'll do restaurant add. No, it's still mad at us. What is it doing here? Why is it so mad at us? There's something that we're doing wrong. Add transaction. What if we do print gd.print type like that? That should print out whatever value we put in there, and then we can take a look at it and see what we got. So if we come in here, add test 10/10/2020 100, and we set this to something like food, it says 2. So that should have worked. There's no reason why it's showing other. Actually, I think I know why it's doing that. Hold on. So let's take a look at our code real quick. So when we instance our object, let me see, add transaction to list, we're coming in here and we're doing transaction type other instead of our actual transaction dot type. And that's why it's blowing up. That's why. So transaction dot type, and then we'll need to cast this as an integer. I don't know why I made that mistake, but there we go. So that's what's going on. So basically, once we have this, it should make our code a little bit more flexible. So test 10/10/2020 100 add, it's going to be a home value. There we go. And that solves our problem. So basically what we're doing here, so I can kind of explain it a little bit better. Let me maximize this for you guys. So basically what we're doing here is we added in what's called an enum, and it's a visual representation of different categories of things, if that makes sense. And basically how this works is this is equivalent to 0, this is equivalent to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And basically what we're doing is we're converting to and from integer because of the way that Godot works. And unfortunately, that's just how it is. But the nice thing about this is if we wanted to do some special processing, like let's say, if the transaction is a type other, then do X. Instead of me needing to say, if we come in here, let's say, and instead of me needing to go if transaction dot type is equal to home, right? Then do this, right? I can say 2 equals if transaction dot type is equal to transaction type dot home, like that. Now this is called a magic string, and it's a common mistake that a lot of younger engineers make. They go, oh well, I'll just make it into a string, right? And that way it will be flexible and easy to use. And while that's normally very true, what if the user types a lowercase h? What if they misspell home? What if they miss an M or add an extra 1 by accident or something crazy like that? Then this bit of code doesn't work and your code breaks. Whereas with this, it is guaranteed. They cannot make a mistake. It is going to be absolutely correct because it's an enum. So it's immutable and it can't be changed from that value, if that makes sense. Home will always be 0. It will always work and it'll always be correct. Now, you could do something like this if you wanted to, and that would work. But at glance, so what does this mean, right? What does this mean to me? I don't know, because it's just a 0. So enums kind of provide a way for you to have a value that's readable and flexible and not breakable as easily, at least. And that's the whole idea of this system. So that's the reason why transitioning to an enum is a good idea. So what this means for us is that now we can basically come in here and say private void setup. Well, I should probably do lowercase setup categories.
like this. And then we can say for each var item in transaction type, and you'll see that this doesn't work, right? Because it's not valid in that type of context. So you could just type enum dot get values type of transaction type, and that will be valid. So what this does is it gets each individual enum value and basically runs that through. It allows you to enumerate those values. And then from here, you can instance in those different categories. So I'm going to scroll up to the top here, and I'm going to add in another packed scene. And I'm going to call it, instead of transaction menu, it's going to be transaction category line item. And then we could basically do what we did before. So if we take a look at our Godot stuff here, we can say node transaction line item is equal to transaction line item dot transaction category line item. So we'll grab that. Transaction category line item dot instantiate, like that. And that'll instance that object. And then from here, we can basically just go and add it as a part of this. Now, I don't want to call this just control. We'll just call this transaction category items for now, I guess. And then we'll come in here and say get node bracket transaction category items slash body dot add child, and we'll add our transaction line item. And then from here, we can basically start setting up that item. So if we go over to our category list, you can see we have the type, the planned actual difference. So we can say transaction line item dot get node. And for type, I'm going to go with label, like that. Type dot text is equal to item dot toString. And there we go. And that should hopefully spawn this guy. Now for the actual and the difference, we might need to do a little bit more data mining to get that information. And we can come in here and basically do the same thing, but for our actual. And for our planned, we're not going to put anything in there, but for the difference, we can basically just do whatever our actual and whatever our type is. So we can grab this, do this. Let's just set these to 0 for right now. And then once we get that set up, so basically this is just going to instance them. And then I'm going to also put in a private void update categories values. And I'm wondering if I should just drop this out as its own thing, because now I'm thinking about it. We could have it so that the list item manages its own thing, and that's kind of dealer's choice, but I think it might make it a little bit more efficient. Well, let's do this first. We'll do it this way first, and then we'll go from there. So what I'm going to do is update category values. We're going to take in a transaction like that. And then what we'll do is we'll say for each var item in. If you remember, we had it under transaction category item slash body. We're going to get all the children underneath that object real quick. We'll head over here. Get children. Get node. Like that. Body dot get children. Like that. And then what we could do is if item dot get node type dot, and I think the type value is a label, so we'll go with label like that, dot text is equal to our enum, so our transaction dot type dot toString. then we can go ahead and update that value. So we could say, I believe it's going to be get node, instead of type, it would be value actual. Yeah, I'm not liking this at all. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click this guy, attach a script. So I think what we'll do here is we'll create a script for this, and that's going to give us a little bit more flexibility anyway. So it's probably best for us to do it this way anyway. So we'll say transaction row, and I will attach that to here. And I guess technically it's transaction panel, but it's really a row. So I'll call it transaction row. I'm going to have it have public transaction, current transaction. And then I can come in here, get rid of this guy like that. And then we can hook up this type. So item focused on the transaction panel, copy it, connect it. Public void on transaction item focused. And I believe if we take a look, it passes in an int index. So we'll do int index. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of my previous index. So oh my goodness. Current index, and then I will duplicate this and say previous index. So prev index. And there we go. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say current transaction is dot type is equal to index. And I will cast that as a type transaction like that. Type like that. And then I will come in here and I will say previous index is equal to current index, and then current index is equal to index. And I just want to keep track of all that information because it's going to help with making things a bit more flexible for our code. Now, I probably don't need current index just because it is in my current transaction, but I'm going to hold on to it just in case we need it. I'm also going to create a signal. So if you remember how we created signals, if we control S, our app manager, control S, our transaction row, if we take a look at, I believe we had one somewhere in here. I believe it's in our transaction window. We did a signal right here. So I'm just going to copy that so that way we have it. But basically, well, I think I might have just closed. Yep, I did. So we'll grab that transaction row. I'm going to paste that signal. So you can see we have our signal, our public delegate, void, add transaction, event handler. So what we'll do is we'll do one for edit transaction event handler. And I'm just going to pass back the int current index, comma, int previous index, like that. And then I'll just fire off our edit transaction event. So we'll say emit signal name signal name, and we'll pass in our signal. So edit transaction, comma, and then we can pass in whatever else we need. So we can pass in our arguments. So in our case, we have our current index, comma, our previous index. And there we go. Now it looks like I didn't do it correctly. Signal name cannot be used as a method. I thought if I take a look at my transaction window, oh, it's signal name dot. So that's my fault. So signal name dot edit transaction. And there we go. And now if we go back to our app manager, when we come in here and we add our table row, we can say table row dot edit transaction, but you can see that's not coming up. That's because this is typed as a panel. So we'll do it as a transaction row. We'll come in here, copy this guy, paste it, and then go dot edit transaction plus equals on edit transaction. And then we'll create this function. So we'll come in here, click this guy, generate a method.
And we'll come in here and remove this little bit here. Now, I do think that we're going to need to have some additional data here, because now that I'm thinking about it, if we close out a lot of this data here, because I don't need all of this, I think we need to add in some additional stuff. So right now we have our previous index. We should probably also have some data about that transaction as well. If we could pass in maybe the transaction itself, that might be good for us to do. So let's do, I'm trying to think of a way to uniquely name this, and I'm not really thinking of anything that we can use. So what I'm thinking is we're going to take a step back and we're going to make a quick adjustment. So part of our issue is that we need to get a hold of a transaction index or some kind of unique identifier that can go with this. And what I'm thinking is we can come into here and we can just add in a public GUID ID. And that's going to give us a unique identifier. And we can actually just do GUID.new GUID. And that's going to generate out a new GUID when this gets created. That way we have something that we can use while we're actually doing this. And then what we can do is we could pass in a GUID like that. And then we can, well, of course, Godot is not going to take that because it's not an approved thing, because of course. So I guess we'll do a string instead. As much as I hate using a string for this, we'll have to do that. So we'll pass in a current transaction dot ID dot toString like that. And that's going to be the best bet that we have. Now it is mad. Comma is expected. My guess is that's because the previous index didn't have a comma. So we'll add that in. And then we can come into our thing here. We can come down here, do comma, string, GUID, which again, I'm not a huge fan of, but it's fine. Will live. And I'll put a semicolon here. That way it gets rid of this problem here. Now, when this gets fired, so once we add a transaction to a list, if they ever edit that transaction, we will know. It's going to notify us. So what we can do is we can go and select the data from our transaction list, which will have to be under our budget here. So we can come in here and say current budget dot expenses for each item in budget, current budget dot expenses. Then we can go if item dot ID dot toString equals our GUID, then we can go ahead and do our stuff. So then we could go item dot type is equal to our current index, like that. And now we're going to need to implicitly convert that. So we're going to have to cast it. So we'll go bracket, transaction type. And again, a lot of this is stuff that we need to work around because Godot C# support is kind of finicky at best. So that's just something to keep in mind. Now, once we do that, then we can actually go and update our category values the way we want to update them. Now, the nice thing is once we have this, we can literally just come in here and go update category values and then just pass in our item. And we're basically good to go because we already have that code set here. And in theory, this should just work. So we should be able to go in here, come in here, go back to our control node, refresh it, and then change this to home, and nothing happened. We didn't get any errors, which is good news, but we didn't get what I expected, which was at least something. So what I'm wondering is our stuff being set up correctly? Did we break something, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control Space, Control Shift P. I'm going to go .NET. I'm going to type attach to .NET Core or .NET 5 process. And then I'm going to type Godot, and I'll pick this one.
Now what this is going to do is it's going to attach us to our Godot project. So now I can come up here, drop a breakpoint right here. I could drop a little red block there. And I need to make a dedicated tutorial to this, but I'm going to change this and you'll see that nothing is happening. So that means that this is not running. This edit transaction isn't running. And that makes perfect sense because if we put a breakpoint here, nothing is happening. On type item focused, I think it's because I hooked up the wrong signal. So let's take a look at our transaction row here. On item focused, on item selected. So that's why we broke our stuff here. So that's my fault. So we'll connect on type item selected, connect it. And then I'm going to stop this guy. So I'm going to disconnect it from the process. I'll scroll down here and change that to on type item selected. And I will disconnect this guy so it doesn't run that bit of code. Control S. Let's try that again. We'll change this to home. And we got an error, so at least something's running, but we got an error. So object reference not set to an instance of an object. So it's a mad because current transaction is empty, is my guess, because it says object null reference exception, right? So the only object that's in here is this guy here. So my guess is our current transaction's not set up correctly, which makes sense because I don't remember if we set that up or not. So let's go over to our app manager. Let's come down here and let's go table row dot current transaction is equal to our transaction, like that. And now if we refresh this, you could see that our home got updated. See that? So that's really great. But you'll notice that our other is not getting subtracted. So if I come in here, I change this to utilities and then I change this to home, you can see that I can multiply money in my budget right here, and it's all messed up. So we need to go through this guy and update it so that it properly subtracts these values as expected. So basically, every single time this gets changed, it adds it to whatever it is, and it never subtracts it from the previous one. And we also need to round our values as well. So that's something else that we're going to have to do soon because this is not great. We can't have 3599999 repeating. That's a big problem. So we'll stop this guy. We'll come over here and let's take a look. So when we edit our transaction, we're updating that category value, right? So what we can do is we could pass in the previous index like that. And then we can come in here, comma, previous index like that. And I'm going to set that equal to -1 by default. Now this is called defaulting a function, okay? Defaulting a function says that if a value is not passed in, then it is this value. So when this guy gets ran, it is going to be whatever this value is. But if I click on my references, when this guy runs it right here, where I update the category's value to transaction, since it's not getting passed in, it's going to be -1, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how that works. So what we can do is, since this is set to -1, we can say if category list item dot type is equal to our previous index, then we can go category list item dot update actual to minus our transaction dot amount. And basically what that's going to do, and we'll have to cast this because of course we do. So we'll say transaction type. Unfortunately, again, this is just how Godot operates a lot of times. So we're just going to have to get used to it. But we do that. This is basically going to pass in the minus value of our amount. So it's going to be a minus of that value. So if this is 100, then this will be -100. And the reason why that's important is because if we take a look at this definition here, you can see we are plus equaling our actual. So if we're plus equaling a minus actual, then it's more or less just minusing it from the value, if that makes sense. So from here, this should hopefully just work. So now we can hit play, come in, change this from other to home. And now all of our code is broken. So that's not great. So let's see. Why did it suddenly just brick on us? It should have worked. I wonder if it's bailing out because this is trying to cast it as a previous index, but it can't. So let's try this. Hold on. So let's try this. So let's go parentheses int, and let's do it the opposite direction because it might just be that Godot is being weird. So let's try that and see if that works. So it looks like it is actually working kind of. So if we change this from other to home, and then we go from home to utilities, you'll see that utilities actual went up. The difference in home went down. If we go to other, you'll see that home goes down. If we go back to home, everything kind of goes to the same. What that leads me to believe is that by default, since other is our default, it's not being set properly in our code somewhere. So what we need to do is we need to go into here and set our previous index equal to other, right? So what we can do is instead of doing previous index is equal to current index, let's set our previous index equal to our current transaction dot type, and we'll pass that as an integer like so. And that way things just kind of get settled a little bit for us. And I think that will work better anyway. Now we'll need to do that before we change our current thing anyway. So we'll just do that. And then hopefully that will do it for us. So let's try that. Let's see what that does. It might be okay. It might not. So we'll change it from other to home, and you'll see that that worked perfectly. So we can change this to home. So we'll do this. We'll say food, and you can see that we can now get a pretty good average of what we expect. So you can see, let's say we planned for our home to have $200 this month. Our utilities is $300. Our food is, I don't know, $500. Food's relatively expensive in the United States. Restaurant, let's say $200. Personal, let's say $100. And other, let's say $500. And you can see that you can actually get a nice, good, accurate representation of where your money's going and how it's actually being spent. And that's really awesome. And that's going to give us a good budget app experience, if that makes sense. Now, it looks like we do have some issues down here in our debugger, but at least our code is working. So it's mad because our string that we're casting as an integer here in our category list item, I believe it's right in one of these spots. Where the heck is it? Let's hover over this guy. It says here it's in category list item CS24. So category list item CS24 right here. So we're parsing that text on that text changed. So that should be okay. I'm assuming it's format accepting because I probably hit a button I wasn't supposed to and it probably got mad at me. So let's try doing what's called a try catch. So we'll do try like this. And actually, I'll put it past this guy like that. And if we fail at doing that, we'll catch that failure. And then we'll basically just say planned is equal to our old version of that text. So I'll come in here and say float old planned is equal to planned, and then we'll do old planned like that. And that'll just do a little bit of error checking. We probably should do that for everything that we do, but in this specific case, I'll do it like this for right now. And that will allow us to just kind of make sure our stuff doesn't break as easily. And then what we could also do is set this, instead of float parsed, we could just do planned instead. You can see that a lot of our code has kind of expanded quite a bit as time has gone on. So we're not always doing the most efficient thing possible. So that's kind of the cool thing about coding, is that you're always refactoring, you're always making changes, you're always learning, you're always making things better. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Now that little try catch is going to solve that problem. And now at this point, we have a very basic budgeting tool, which is great. But one, if we change all those categories in our app manager, all that stuff doesn't get saved anywhere. And in your C# journey, right, in your app development career,
career. You are always going to need to save data. It's a very common use case that you will see among almost every project that you ever do. You need to save data somehow. Now, if you want to, you of course can save it as JSON. You could save it as CSV, right? You can save it as all sorts of different things. And in our case, let's save it as JSON. Now, depending on your budgeting application, right, you might want to make it a little bit more flexible. You might want to use a database, or you might want to use something a bit better, right? There are hundreds of ways to save data. In this case, since it's such a small application, let's go ahead and use JSON. It'll be really easy, and it should only take a few minutes to kind of throw together. So first things first, we need to add the ability to do JSON inside of our project. And now the really cool part about this is, with our code the way it stands, adding JSON support should only take a little bit of time. All we need to do is add a dependency for that. And in order to add a dependency, let's go to View Terminal, and that's going to open up a terminal in our area. And then we can go ahead and load one of my favorite JSON tools called Newtonsoft JSON. So we'll type .NET add package Newtonsoft.json. We'll go ahead and add that package in. It's going to load it into our stuff, and then we can actually use it. Now, something that I may have neglected to talk about, it's possible, is the idea of packages. And basically, a package is a bit of reusable code made by somebody. It could be made by you. It could be made by some random community member. It could be made by anybody. It's basically like an add-on for your project. And the way you interact with it is by doing a .NET add package and then the package that you're looking for. Now, if you're using Visual Studio, you could actually go ahead and use the Visual Studio built-in stuff. But since we're using VS Code, we have to do it kind of the manual way, which is this. And the best way to find out these things is to go into the NuGet.org system. And NuGet is the .NET NuGet package management system. And if we type in Newtonsoft, which is the Newtonsoft.json, you'll see right here, Newtonsoft.json. And if we click on this, you'll see that there is a Newtonsoft.json. And they even tell you how to put it into your project right here by typing .NET add package Newtonsoft.json. Simple enough, right? So you can also see when it was last updated. So it's a very well-maintained product. I mean, they just had an update at the time of this recording 8 days ago. So it's really, really, really good. And it's an awesome JSON tooling system. Now, to use it, let's first make a static class. And I know earlier I told you guys, hey, don't do statics unless you really need to. But in this case, a static class is going to be really useful. So let's go here, click on the plus icon. Let's create a class, and let's call it utilities. And it's going to go ahead and build out a utilities class. We'll do a public static class utilities. So now there can only be one. And if you're a game maker, right, you're a person that wants to make video games, static classes are really good ways to get singletons. If you ever hear the term singleton, that's kind of what this is. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, I'm going to make a static function. So public static save budget to JSON. And I'll pass in a budget like that. Now we need to have some kind of return. So void, there we go. And we need to save this information as an actual JSON object. Now, thankfully, to do it, it's relatively simple. First things first, we need to convert this to first things first, we need to convert this to JSON. So we can say string JSON is equal to JSON convert dot serialize object budget, like that. And that's going to dump that out as a string. And then we need to save that data somewhere. So we'll come in here and we'll say var save data is equal to file access dot open quote, and it looks like it's mad at us. So let's see what's going on. It's ambiguous reference between system IO access and Godot file access. So If you remember, we had some issues with that, so we'll get rid of that up there, and that should help. Now, if we hover over this, it says it's going to want a path. So user // save.json, comma, read write as our file access. And then we can actually save our data. So we'll come in here and we'll say save data dot, what is this type? It's a file access. So file access. Let's see what this allows for. So we're going to need to be able to store line JSON like that. And now we should be able to test it and see what it does. So if we go to our app manager and we scroll up to our ready, we hit enter, we say utilities dot store save budget to JSON, current budget, like that. And now we can come in here, refresh this, and let's see what it does. Well, we got an error, so that's not good. System object reference exception, object reference not set to an instance of an object. So it's mad because something here, it looks like on 13. Yep, 13 broke for reading or writing. I mean, I could just do write, I guess, but I don't think that's going to matter. This is mad. File access, save data, open, user, save JSON. If we go back to Godot, so if we hit play, there we go. So we head out here, you can see our save.json. So we can just stop this real quick. We can right click this and open it up, and you will see that we have a bunch of data. And you can see here is basically all of our data. If we hit Control-Shift-P format, you can see that we have all of our data in a nice formatted method. You can see our budget is current budget, date start is null, date end is null, income, there's all of the data. That's an income, which looks to be correct. That's good. Expense, there's all the data in the expense column. So awesome, nice and easy. And you can also see that it has an abrupt end. So that's not good. I wonder if it didn't finish saving or if something went weird, because it looks like it cut off after this section here. So what happens if I get rid of this? I don't save it. Let's try running this for a few seconds longer. Did it not save it all the way? So I'm going to leave this running really quick. I'm going to open this guy up. Let's see if we come all the way down to the bottom. Nope, it ended right here. So it seems like we're getting past a specific value that we can't quite do. So I have a feeling that this is not going to work. It's working for the most part. The JSON portion looks like it's working just fine. But this part here, it's not happy. Or the amount of data that we're actually processing is way too high and the JSON parser just can't handle it. One of the two. So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to make a quick adjustment, quick audible on our utility save. And we're going to do this the old-fashioned C# way. So this is like this is the old way on how to save data. So we'll come in here. I'm going to comment these guys out like that to comment this out. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go file.write all text like that. I'm going to pass in a file path, and the file path I'm going to pass in, we'll just go ahead and pass in this right here temporarily. So we'll just throw this guy into here. Like I said, this is kind of the older way of saving data. It's not necessarily the best way, but for right now, it'll be useful for us to see what's probably going on with this. So / and we call it save.json. So save.json. And this method will work with pretty much any C# project that exists. So it should work pretty well. And then for the contents, we'll just pass in that JSON. Because then we'll be able to identify if it's going to be this object that's broken or if it's this object that's broken, or I guess this section here that's broken. And then we could basically just hit save, come in here, refresh it. Let's see what it does. Okay, so it successfully saved. So let's take a look at that JSON data. And it completely saved the data. You can see the data structure looks like it ended right here. So I had to do something with how Godot handled the data. So you can see that actually passed all the data properly. So for some reason, Godot is finicky and just doesn't want to work properly on this specific case. Now, we may want to not have a very specific path. You can see how this is directly to my system. So let's do this, and we can change this if we want. Actually, let's do this first. So let's gd.print, because I don't want to mess with it if we don't need to. Let's go with project settings.globalized path, and let's pass in user : //save.json. And that should print out its actual path. So it should be basically the same as this, but we'll find out about 2 seconds. So we'll refresh our game. We'll let this run, or I guess our budgeting app. And you'll see that it gets back that path right here. So now we can basically come in here and we can change this to quote save.json and then do this exact bit of data right here. And I think that will work, because if we do this, well, it looks like it actually already appends that value, the save.json. So we actually don't need to do that. So we can actually just do project settings, globalized path, save JSON, and pass that in like that. And there we go. And that will actually save our data without having that weird constraint that we were running into. So let's try that. Verify that it works correctly, because you always want to make sure your code works. So I don't see any errors. If we take a look here, we open this up in VS Code, Control-Shift-P, format. It has all the data that we expect. It goes all the way down to right here. And there we go. Now, something to keep in mind, this is not exactly super great at handling large amounts of data, right? We probably should save out like each month or something like that, right? Segment all that data out. And that's something that you can do at home. That would be a great assignment to figure out, right? How can I make this so that I can have multiple budgets? How can I handle doing month to month or something like that, right? Now, one last thing that I wanted to go over before I put a pin in this, because I think this has been like 4 or 5 hours worth of a tutorial. So at this point, it's getting a little bit long-winded. What we can do is, instead of loading the CSV automatically, let's load our budget from our JSON file if it exists. So let's go to our utilities. Let's come in here, say public static void load budget from JSON, and let's pass in a string budget. And the reason why I'm passing in the string is not because we really need to, because we have save.json. So it's really not fully necessary, but I'm doing it this way because it's a kind of like a way to give you a hint on how to do this in the future for multiple budgets and things like that. So what we'll do is we'll come in here and we'll go file.read alt text, and we'll pass in a path. So the path will basically be project settings, globalized path, right? This guy. And instead of save.json, we'll basically just get rid of this plus budget like that. And this is going to pass back a string, right? So we can come in here and type string. JSON is equal to this. And then we can go ahead and load that data into a budget. So we can say budget is equal to JSON convert dot deserialize object JSON, like that. And then we need to cast this as a type. So I'm going to print bracket budget like that. Now you'll see we have an underline. The local parameter name budget cannot be declared in the scope because that is used in enclosing local scope or defined local parameter. And the reason why is because this is called budget. So I'm going to go budget name instead, and I'll change this to budget name. That way we just keep our names, somewhat consistent. And then we need to return that budget information. So return budget, which means that instead of returning void, we need to return budget, right? We need to tell C# what we're returning from this object. And now from here, what we can do is go into App Manager and get rid of that and say budget is equal to utilities dot load budget from JSON. And the name is going to be save.json, like that. And we're going to have to call this budget. Actually, I think we have it's called current budget here, isn't it? So current budget. So we'll grab that. Current budget is equal to this. We'll not load our CSV, but if you remember, it's going to brick some of our code because inside of load CSV, we do a lot of additional stuff. You can see here where we load that data and we actually pass it in, we split it, right? And then we come in and actually add transactions to transactions. So we can't just completely throw all that out the window, right? And so we're going to need to create a function that basically does this add transaction to transactions table. So what we can do is if we scroll up here, we could basically just create one. So we'll say public. Actually, I think we should just go with private. It's not going to be used outside of this function anyway. So we'll say void add transactions to table like that. And we can just kind of bracket, paste that guy in there. And what we can do is go for each var item in current budget dot expenses. Then we can add our transactions to the transaction table. And all we have to do is just say item dot whatever that is. So item dot name, and then it's item dot date. So item dot date, and then item dot amount, and then it is looks like a 5 here, so that must be the type, item dot type, and then finally whether or not it is an income or an expense, which in this case it's an expense. We already know it is because it says right here it's an expense, so false. It's an expense. Now this date needs to be toStringed like that. And then this type needs to be an integer, right? Now, this would work, right? We could just toString it and call it a day. Or if we want it to be fancy, we can do what's called an overloaded function, okay? And an overloaded function basically allows you to run a function, right? Using the same name, but with different parameters. So we could come on here and go private void add transactions to transactions like this, add transaction to transactions, string name, comma, date, time, date, float, amount, transaction type, and bool income like that. And also we probably need to change this to a lowercase a, change this to a lowercase d, change this to a lowercase n. I don't know why I did that to begin with, but that is my fault. And then what we can do, instead of coming in here and doing all of this work in here, we can basically cut all this work, paste it into here, okay? Change this to lowercase name, date, amount, income. You can see that we can't parse date, but we can do this. There we go. Because basically, since these are now typed, it's going to work a lot easier for us. Now, name, date, amount. That should be good. Oh, we have this right here, type as well. So let's clean that up real quick. We'll pass in type like that. And there we go. And now in here, we can basically just call the previous function. So add transaction to transactions like that. Name, comma, date, comma, amount, type, and income, right? But instead of doing this weird recursiveness, we could just do date time dot parse date. And then much like how we did this, I believe we just casted it as a object. So we did it as a transaction type. So we'll do that. And there we go. And now our previous code will work where it has all strings, ints, and booleans. But then we also have this guy here. So when we have something a bit more understood, when we have something that's not just strings, we can just call this and it will just do it the way that we expect. So that means we can come into here and do add transactions with item name, date, amount, type, and false. And then we can do the same thing here. We could basically just grab this, copy, paste, and do true like that. And we can say for each bracket, item in collections, current budget, income, like that. And we can Control X, paste that guy in there, and there we go. So now we're going to be loading both of our stuffs. Now, the cool thing about overloaded functions is you can have as many as you want. So if we really wanted to, what we could do is we could come in here, copy this, paste, bracket, and we could come in here and say transaction. And then we can come in here and say add, and we can do anything that we want with it. In this case, I'm just going to do add transaction to transactions, and I'm just going to call transaction item.name, amount, type, like this, comma, and then we can pass in a Boolean as well. So comma, bool, income. And then we can just pass in income like that. And then we can do this. And now we have two overloaded functions. We have one that just takes a transaction and a Boolean. We have one that takes the dates and stuff like that in the proper way. And we have one that takes it as strings. And that's the power of overloaded functions, is that it's the same function, but it just has different ways that you can interact with it. And that is a lot of flexibility for you. And that's why it's useful, because then I can just pass an item like that, and it makes my code a lot cleaner. So that's just something to keep in mind. I wanted to teach you guys this because I felt it would be very useful. So now at this point, because we have saved data, we should be able to refresh. It's not going to load that CSV anymore, but it didn't do anything. So that leads me to believe that I forgot to call this add transactions to the table, which I definitely did. So we'll call that right there. And then let's get back into here, refresh this, and let's try it one more time. Well, we got one, and then we got an error. So invalid throw collection was modified. Enumeration may not execute correctly. So what's going on here? Well, basically, when we do this section here, add transaction to transactions, my guess is right here, we are adding that transaction information. And that's a problem, right? Because it's going to cause issues with our current budget stuff. You can see right here, it says, if income current budget, add transaction, else add transaction. And that's a problem because we're already kind of enumerating through that value up here. So if you change it, it's going to break everything, right? C# just goes, hey, you can't change an array that already has data in it. If you're iterating on something, so if you're looping through a list of things and people keep adding or changing stuff in your list, it's going to mess you up, right? Because you'll go, well, above here, we had some data in here, but then you added some additional data down here, and then the list gets really, and then, the computer gets confused because you just added stuff to the list, right? So we got to kind of work around that. So what can we do here to kind of work around that? Well, a decent way to approach it would be to either abstract this bit out and put it somewhere else, which I think I'm leaning towards. I think I'll do that. So I'll copy this guy. I'm going to come in here and say, if this transaction is of these three references. So if we take a look at these guys. Yeah, I think I'll do it like that. So we'll come in here. We'll abstract this out. So I'll just come in here and paste like this. And I'll say if income. So that should be fine. Which has a capital I. It should be a lowercase income. So I'm going to refactor this real quick. Like that. And then I'm going to pull these guys out like so.
like that. And then I'll have to add a transaction. Now, since that transaction doesn't technically exist, we're going to have this return a transaction like that. And I will tell this to return, and we'll pass in that transaction. That way we can tell this guy to take that transaction like so. And then we can just do T and T. And that will basically solve our problem as we're working it. And then it will need to pull this guy out, and we'll need to pull this guy out. And that should solve this problem. It's more or less us providing an overloaded function for this is when you want to add a transaction that's a new transaction. And then this is more for just adding a transaction that's been loaded from, memory or something like that. So now if we try and refresh this, there we go. Everything seems to be working. Now, one last thing that we got to look at is when we click and change this to something like home or utilities, which, well, looks like something broke somewhere. So that's not great. So let's take a look at it real quick. So this is our transaction stuff. I'm not worried about that. There's a part in here that should be getting fired off. We look at our transaction row. We emit a signal called edit transaction. So let's see, edit transaction. So add transaction to transaction list gets fired, which runs this little bit of code here. Because it doesn't seem like that's running when I change it. So you can see I change it to different things and it doesn't really do anything. This I know is running, so I wonder why it suddenly decided to not work. Well, we can try doing a quick debug. So let me Control S, Control Shift P, attach Godot. You'll notice that I'll use this a lot because it's actually really, really useful. If I hover over this one, yep, it's this one. So these guys are not solid, which means that the code that's in here and the code that Godot sees are two different code. So let's just refresh this. Still isn't working the way that I expect it to. So let's go ahead and attach it. And let's come in here and edit the transaction. Okay, so it's definitely doing it. And it's not finding the GUID that it's looking for. So why not? So let's edit another one. I guess I should probably put a breakpoint in the right spot. So let's see what's going on. So the string GUID is that guy. Current budget expenses. Does this have an ID parameter attached to it? It does. It's a type GUID. Item ID to string GUID. So they do have the values, but for some reason, it must be getting assigned a new GUID, is my guess. Is it creating a new transaction? Is that what's going on? Let me take a look. Yes, that's what's going on. So because this transaction gets created, it's causing a problem. Okay, so let's take a step back. Let's clean this up. I understand what I did wrong, and now I'm a little upset, but that's okay. So see how we have a transaction object here, right? And this is just adding transaction to transactions. Well, since we already have a transaction constructed, we really should just take this data, cut it out, and bring it into here instead. And then what we should be doing is we should be taking this transaction and passing it to the add transactions to transactions, because that is probably the best method that we can do. And then I could just come in here, do this, and then return my transaction. And that will probably work better because we already have the object instantiated. And basically what was going on was we were recreating the object using the data values in here and then dumping out a brand new one that had a new GUID and new everything. And that's a big problem. So now in theory, this should fix it. It was a data
issue on my part. There we go. That's much better. That's working now. So basically, that's the reason why it blew up, was just what was basically we were just instancing a new version of that object. Therefore, a new ID was being created. Therefore, when we tried to change it, the data that we had in our memory, the one that we loaded, versus the data that we had on the actual object itself, were two separate objects, were two separate things. So that's why we had that issue. Now, at this point, we're basically done. But what I would like to do is I would like to save two more things. I want to save my planned versus actual. So whatever my planned is, I want to save that information so that way I can load it later. And I think it would be good to, when we change the type, for it to save that change. So in order to do the second one, when we change the actual type, it saves the data. We can basically do that by looking at, if you remember, we have on our transaction row an edit transaction signal, right? So it actually broadcasts that. We have this right here. It's called on edit transaction. So for each budget, if it's changed, then do the thing, right? So what we need to do is, if that should happen, we should save our data. So we'll come in here, type utilities dot save budget to JSON, and we'll pass in that current budget. And that'll save that information out to disk. So in theory, hopefully, if done correctly, we'll be able to come in here, change this to home, change this to utilities, change this to utilities, change this to, I don't know, home, change this to home, change this to restaurant, 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 right? And then we should be able to click close, hit play, and in theory, it should all come back exactly the way we left it. And that is amazing, because that's going to allow us to save our state between runs of this app, right? You don't want people just to be able to look at their transactions and then be like, okay, that's it, and then walk away, right? You want to have them come back to this again and again and again to see the different changes as they get new transactions. Now, last but not least, we should probably save our planned, and that should be relatively simple as well. We're going to basically achieve it the exact same way we achieved it in the previous one. We'll go to our utilities, we'll come down here, and we'll do a public static void save category planned, and we'll pass in a dictionary of string, comma, string, int, float. And then we'll basically just copy this bit of data here, copy it, paste it, and instead of save.json, we'll call it planned category, and we'll pass this data into here and be done with it. And then we can basically do the exact same thing, just the exact opposite. So I'm just going to grab this load budget, copy it, paste, and instead I'm going to grab this dictionary, copy, paste, go in here, paste, and load category planned. Globalized thing is going to be budget name. So instead of this, we'll say category name. We'll pass this in like this, and we'll deserialize this as a dictionary string float. This, like this, and there we go. Now, what this is doing is basically just saving our category data and then loading our category data. So it's nothing crazy. In order for us to use this, though, we need to pass in a dictionary. Now, what is a dictionary? Well, a dictionary is pretty simple. It's basically a object that has two values attached to it. In this case, it's a string and a float, right? So it'd be something like home 100, right? And then it'll be something like utils, comma 500, right? That's basically what a dictionary is. It's very simple. It's a very simple object for us to use. And that's basically all it is. It's a key value pair is what they call it. And it could be anything. You could have a dictionary of budgets if you wanted to, technically speaking. You could say it's a string and a comma budget, right? Or an int and a comma budget. And it just allows you to have that key value pair, which is really useful, specifically in this case, for our save categories. Now, if we go back to our app manager,
And what we'll do is we'll go into setup categories, and I'm going to create a dictionary here to handle that. Well, technically, I'm going to create a dictionary up here, and it's going to give us, oh, actually, we already did at some point. I don't remember creating this, but we'll call it category expenses, and it looks like I already created it, so that's perfect. So I'll scroll down here, and I'll just use that. So we'll put this guy in here, .add, and then we're going to be able to add a key value, right? So, and the first key is going to be some kind of name value. So what we do in setup category, if you remember, if we come here and go to definition, you can see we actually take our transaction type to string, right? We're going to do something very similar. We'll do this. We'll bracket dot to string like that. And that's just casting it as a string. And then as our float, I'm just going to put a 0 because it's nice and simple. And then what we can do is once we want to update that value, we can come in here and update that value. So category expenses, bracket, category list item. You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, let's sit down for a second. Let's talk. Instead of doing a string, let's change this to a transaction type. Then we don't have to do any weird casting or anything like that. We can literally just pass in our stuff like that. And then we can come into here and just pass in our category list item dot type and then comma equals, and then we can basically set our value. So transaction dot amount like that. Easy enough, right? Now we might actually need to come in here. Hold on. Let's grab this guy, bring it into here, and then bring it into here, and then do minus equals like this. Because we need to be able to keep track of those transaction changes. And basically, since it's a float, right, we need to keep track of when you subtract from one or add to another, right? So that's kind of important for this. So from here, basically, we need to make a quick adjustment to how our categories work. So if you remember, we don't have a way to change our planned, if that makes sense. We have an on planned changed, and that's kind of where we go and change out our stuff, but we should really create a signal for that. So once again, let's go to our transaction. Let's grab this guy here. So let's just literally grab this signal here. We'll go in here, we'll paste it. We'll say planned text changed event handler, and we'll pass in the integer type, comma, and basically what it was changed to. So we'll say float amount like that. And then down here, I'll basically just send it out. So we'll say emit signal, signal name, dot planned text changed, comma. For type, I'm going to do the transaction type. So we'll go type, comma, and then for the variant for the arguments, we will do float.parse text like that. Now it's going to get mad because this isn't an integer, so we'll just cast it as a type int. Not exactly the most ideal situation, but it will solve the problem for what we need. And then we can come into our app manager, and when we instance our category stuff right here, we can basically just say transaction line item dot, and it was called a planned text event handler. So planned text changed plus equals on plan text changed. Click this, generate a method, and then we can basically update that dictionary. So if we come up here, you will see there's a category expenses section here. So we'll do that. Bracket, type, comma, equals amount like that. And then we'll need to cast this once again as a transaction type. So that way we can make it work. Cannot convert. transaction type. Did we not? I thought we did this as type. I could be wrong though. So I guess it's mad at me because it's not correct. Category expenses, transaction type, cannot convert string to system type. Item is category, setup category, item, transaction type, got to string. Oh, I see. So I did that. We'll do that. Did I choose? Yes, I did. Transaction type. There we go. That's better. For some reason, I thought I did that earlier, but I guess not. So we'll do that. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do our utilities dot save category planned. And we need to pass in the data that we're saving, which is going to be category expenses like that. We'll need to make a quick adjustment to the definition of this and say transaction type, because I thought I did that, but I guess not. And I think that will work. So let's try it. Let's go ahead and hit play. We failed to build because we're missing a semicolon right here. So we'll do that. We'll play again. Let's see if this works. Well, we got some bugs. So object reference not set to an instance of an object. Right here, category expenses, add transaction. That's because this dictionary is not initialized. So a lot like our lists, we need to initialize them. So we'll say category expenses is equal to a new dictionary type float like that. And that should solve that problem because it just needs to be initialized or else it's null. And there we go. So now in theory, that should work. If we set this to 100, we got a debugger error. So that's not great. System format exception, input string was not in correct format. On category list item number 35, that's right here, emit signal if float.tryParse, and then we could pass in the text and say out result like that. And then we could just pass our result in to right here. And that would make it technically safe, providing that we put in a float result like that. And technically that would work. So we could try that and see what that does. So let's go here, refresh. All right. And let's go ahead and see what happens over here. So we have a planned category and it looks like it saved it correctly. So if we open this up, Control Shift P, not debug, not that, Control Shift P, format our document. 100, 200, 300, 0, 0, 0. If we take a look at our stuff here, 100, 200, 300 with the 0, 0, 0 as we expect. So that's good. That means that we're pretty much there. Now the question is if we refresh, does it actually load it? No. So that means that something went wrong with how we load. So let's go take a look at our loading code, which we might not actually be doing at all. On ready, do we even? We do not. So we don't actually load any of our information from our data. So we'll have to do that real quick. And that is going to be fun. So what we'll do is we'll type category expenses is equal to load utilities dot load category planned. It's going to ask for a category name, which is basically just our planned category.json. We could technically store each individual one if we really wanted to, but in this case, we'll just go ahead and do it this way. Now it's returning a float. So let's come in here and change this from a float to a transaction type like that. We'll come in here, we'll paste that, and we should be good once we do that. And that'll return that data. Now, that also means that we're going to need to set up our categories to have that information. Now, you can see here, this is right here. So when it goes to set up categories, it's going to actually pull back that information. And let's see, when does that get fired? So that happens almost immediately on startup. So what we'll do, instead of doing a setup categories like that, let's take setup categories. Let's put it after our category expense load happens. Let's scroll down here and just say if category expense dot contains key, and we'll basically pass this guy in like so. And we'll say if this does not contain the key, then do this little bit of code here. And that will basically allow us to check against that in case it's not there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to control X this, come over here, paste it. And when we set up our category, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the transaction type item. And then I believe setup category has float actual float planned. Now with float planned, which is our second one, we can actually just pass in our category expenses, bracket, our transaction type name here, this guy, like that, and it should just pull back that information. So now if we refresh this, we should be done. And there you go. Now it loaded our previous stuff as well. So now we have a thing that can save and load both of our data. We can save and load this data. We can save and load this data. And we can import our CSV data as well. Now, one last thing that we have to do is we need to rehook up our import, right? Because our import works that one time, but what if we want to do it multiple times? That's where the file dialog comes in. So the file dialog is actually built into the Godot engine. Thankfully, that's something that we don't really have to build. So if we come over here, we can right click our control node, add in a child node, and then type in file, and you'll see that there is a file dialog. So we can click on this guy. And if we hit the little eye icon, you can see here is the file dialog. Now over here, we can tell it to have file, save, open files, folder, open any. We're going to do open file because that's what this is for. For the subfolder, don't really worry about that. Access file system, because this is going to allow us to access our file system. If we wanted to only do resources, we could just do resources. But in our case, we want to access our entire file system. Now we could turn on native dialog, and what that's going to do is it's going to show our native Windows dialog. If not, then it'll use this Godot built-in one. So it's up to you on which one you want to use, but that's something that is quite useful. We don't really want to show hidden files. We don't want to show that off for people, but that is the thing. And we can come in here and choose where we want it to locate. So I'm going to just kind of throw it in the center of our screen. Now, this is absolute. So we may want to pass in, like, if somebody resizes the window, it's going to show up in the same spot. So we might want to show it up in the center if we could, but that's up to you guys. But other than that, that's primarily this file dialog overall. So what we're going to do is go into node and we'll say file selected path string. So we'll double click on that. We'll control A, control C, and then we're going to hook that to our control node. We'll scroll down here to the bottom, paste it, say private void paste bracket. There we go. And then we can basically pass in a string, because if we look, it says right here, there's going to be a path string. So we'll say string path like that. And then we can load our CSV. Now, the nice thing is that it just allows us to pass in a path, right? Because we already coded it to handle that. We go and take a look at the CSV right here. There you go, right? All it does is it goes out, loads a CSV, and then it parses through that data and adds that transaction. Now, we can double check this path, make sure it goes directly to that path, which it does. So we should be good to go, actually. And now all we have to do is open up our file dialog on a button click, right? Because we don't want our file dialog to just exist, right? We want it to only open when it's needed. So let's come up here, right click, add a child node. Let's add in a button like that. We'll make it about, I don't know, about this big. We'll throw it over here in the corner and we'll call open CSV, or maybe load CSV. I think that would probably be better off. And then we'll click in here. We'll go button down, control A, control C, connect it. And then we'll come down here and hopefully we don't already have an on button down, but we'll see real quick. So private void paste bracket, and we don't. We're good, actually. So that's good. So on this button down, let's just go get node, file dialog like this, and then file dialog like this. There we go. And right here, it's called file dialog. That's perfect. And we're going to want to make it visible.
So the easiest way is just to go dot visible equal to true, and that will make it visible. And we also, I'm not sure if by default it shuts off visible, but we'll go ahead and just do that. That way it just shuts it off. So now, in theory, if we hit play, this should just work. So we'll come in here, we'll click load CSV. You can see it pops up with our budgeting app right here. We can go to downloads, account history, hit open, and you'll see that it loaded it. So if we scroll down here, it's got all that extra data. And the easiest way to find out is if we come into our user data folder right here, we can get rid of our save.json. Let's just get rid of that. And if we hit play real quick, we select load CSV, we click our account history, hit go, and you'll see that it loaded all that data. And it even kept our planned versus our difference. Now it looks like our actual, our actual is correct. It's because all this got loaded in as other. So we can actually come in here and change this and we're good to go. And that's pretty much how to build a basic budgeting app inside of Godot using C#. And that's basically a good introduction to how C# works on a fundamental level. So hey, if you like this video, go ahead and hit that like button. Hey, if you dislike this video, go and hit that dislike button because I'm here to make content for you guys. This was a viewer suggested video, so if you have any suggestions, please leave them in the comments below and I'll be more than happy to take a look at it, add it to my GitHub, and triage it for it to get made later. Or of course, you're welcome to jump onto my GitHub and submit an issue directly to me. It'll save me a little bit of time and it makes things a little bit easier for me. That's also linked in the description below. And hey, if you have any questions or comments about this, please jump in the comments below and leave a comment, or jump on my Discord. Link is in the description and I'll be more than happy to help you out. But that is all I have for you guys today. So thank you so much again for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks.